What up, people? How's everyone doing? Me, I'm doing good. Just gonna sit for a minute, wait for people to get in here. I don't really know what I'm gonna talk about, to be perfectly honest. I'm just bored. What up, Joey? Or Ashley? I don't know which one of you guys is that account. I'm assuming Joey. Yeah, I saw that he finally got a haircut. Uh, Fucking old country. I don't know if you watched Alaska Hall, but he uh, he made a video where he says that it's too much work to do videos and edit them. And I mean, I get it; it is a lot of work, but I mean, it just looks funny when a guy that doesn't look like he works at all is complaining about doing too much work. Just from my perspective. And yeah, country, he is looking rough. He looks a little rougher every day, honestly. I feel bad for the guy. Breathing heavy, fucking not taking care of himself. I saw in one of his videos he was parked somewhere and he's all, yeah, DoorDash, bring me out fucking Jack in the Box because you know I love Jack in the Box. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. I've used DoorDash to bring fucking truck parts. DoorDash and Uber to bring truck parts. Uh, on the Freightliner Classic, I had the fucking oil pan. I was in this fucked up dirt parking lot, and I hit a rock or something that was sticking up out of the dirt, and it cracked the oil pan. Not bad. It was just kind of dribbling, and I didn't want to drive it like that. So I had a fucking DoorDash guy bring me JB Weld, and I just put JB Weld around the edge of the crack so it would hold until I could get home and buy a new oil pan. And then I had an Uber guy bring a Charge air cooler hose from Oklahoma City to Tulsa one time, like to bring me that. So yeah, I've never ordered food. Well, I take that back. I have ordered food in the truck, but I was with my wife when I did it, so I feel like that's different. So right, Joey. They say that terzepatide is bad for you, and I mean, I'm sure there's risks to it. There are risks to it, but it's like there's known risks to alcohol and illicit drugs, and people don't complain when you do them. You know, it's like, you know, they'll walk past all the guys that are leaning over at the bus stop on fentanyl and not say a word or be concerned. And they don't question all these doctors who are prescribing opioids to people that didn't need them in exchange from kickbacks from big pharma. But as soon as you're like, yeah, I think I might do a little testosterone and Retta, they're like, oh my God, that's so dangerous. Oh, yeah, Alaska, that is what they'll do. So obviously they got to be available in your area. If you're in the middle of nowhere, you're still kind of fucked. But if you're in a big city, you know, like if you're at a customer delivering, you can DoorDash truck parts to yourself, glue, stuff like that. Marty, I'm not sure where Super Coach is, but I have a feeling that Narc is correct that he is going to go back to fucking Hurricane. He's going to go back long enough to pay off his debt, and then he's going to quit that too. Who knows where he's off to next? What's up, Eric Jarvis? As far as Tommy's court case goes, it got pushed back to sometime in August, so he's got a little bit more time on that. And it's not him pushing it back, it's the state pushing it back. So I have a feeling they're going to drop the whole thing and nothing's ever going to happen to it. But we'll see. Who knows? I was told that wanting someone to go to jail is fucked up, and I agree. So even though I dislike Tommy sometimes, I would feel bad if he went back to jail. I hope he gets a second, I guess, 100th chance, so he can finally get his life back together. but who knows? Who knows? I mean, my issue is like everybody's allowed to make mistakes, right? We all do. None of us are perfect. My issue with Tommy wasn't that he was telling people to do better, right? Because that's how he'll frame it. That's how he always tried to frame it. Oh, I try to tell people to do better, and they're just mean to me. And it was never that. My issue is he's telling people to do better while doing the things that he's telling them not to do. You know, it's like you're laying in bed, you weigh 600 pounds, and you're stuffing your face with chicken nuggets, and you're like, you guys need to eat better. Like, that's basically what Tommy was doing. He's like, don't drink and control your emotions while he's drinking and not controlling his emotions. Hey, everybody's different, man. I get it, Eric, but I mean, if he did what he did, then and there's consequences for it, absolutely. You know, I support it. Um, but if it's something that a judge rules is not jail worthy, then that's fair too. You know, it's up to the judge to decide. But yeah, if the judge decides that he deserves jail for what he did, then obviously, I mean, he probably does. I mean, let's just be real, right? I mean, the dude's been in and out of jail his whole life, and he's finally where he should be in a good place, but he's still fucking up. So I feel like that's kind of on him. It was none of us that told him to get drunk at a strip club and put his hands on a woman. So I don't know. It's definitely it would suck. I wouldn't want it to be me, but that's why I don't go to strip clubs and beat up women. So I try to avoid doing that kind of shit. Joey's dead dad is here. What's going on? But I found myself in this new algorithm, and I blame Larry and the A team for this because I started watching the shit they were talking about because I was bored. And I'm in this new algorithm now where I find people that are clearly on disability and not working, and they have just all this free time to just be on the internet begging for more money. And yeah, there's Larry now. Hey, what's up, Larry? And it fucking drives me crazy because these people are so fucking lazy, right? And I get it, right? There's people that use government assistance or they're on disability that actually need it and they're trying really hard. And if you defraud the government on disability or Section 8 or whatever, but you improve your life and become a productive member of society, I mean, I don't fucking hate that. Like, if you get on Section 8 and food stamps and you go to college and become a nurse or a fucking engineer, and then you get a job as a nurse or an engineer and you start paying taxes, more power to you, right? Like, you didn't waste it. But these people that like get on government assistance and just live on it for the rest of their fucking lives, it's annoying to me, and they're the worst. Like, they're never going to amount to anything. You can see it. Like, there's that Rich Life road trips guy that I got made a short about. I got a video about him I want to make where he's arrogant as fuck. Every video the dude is in, he's laying down like he's Princess Leia. Like, he's too lazy to fucking sit up straight. And he's super fun. Like, the McDonald's thing really pissed me off, where he's at McDonald's like, every time I come up here you guys mess up my food and it's too expensive. It's like, you ain't even paying for it. The taxpayers are paying for it, or your mom. I'm pretty sure he lives with his mother, and it fucking drives me crazy. But it drives me fucking nuts. There's another guy I found. I think his name's Jeremy or something along those lines. He's in LA. I made fun of him in a short too. He just wanders around LA doing tweaker shit. And I mean, you could tell by the way he talks that he's low IQ. You know, no job, no nothing, just wandering around LA, living off the taxpayer, fucking playing around on YouTube. And and now I'm in this algorithm, so this is all I see. And I don't know, man. It's rough. It is fucking rough. Oh yeah, yeah. Joey's dead, Dad. Uh, like that's what's in my algorithm now. I just found another guy today. I was watching, and he's like sitting on the side of the road begging for money. And he's like, I have 3 hernias and 6 herniated discs, and my back is broken, and my feet are crushed, and my knees are bent backwards. He's just listing off all these medical concerns. And I'm on medical leave right now, and no one will hire me. And I'm like, how are you on medical leave if you don't already have a job? Like, because you would have had to have a job to go on medical leave. And he's like, I have a small income, but it's not enough. And I was like, oh, another disability worm, you know? And then he goes to Walmart for a job interview, and they tell you what job you're interviewing for before you go. And he's like, yeah, it wouldn't work out because they wanted me to be an order picker and a shopper, but I can't lift anything because I'm just so disabled and I'm mentally fucked up and I have all these problems. And I'm like, yeah, you went to the job interview and you listed off all your fucking problems like they owe you something, and then they didn't hire you. So big wonder there. And then he shared one video. I thought it was hilarious. He's sitting on the side of the road. I'm assuming he lives somewhere, or no, he said he lives in Minnesota now. He's sitting on the side of the road with his little "I'm hungry" sign, and he's just like, he's just filming himself. And he's like, I'm so hungry. My tummy hurts so bad. I'm so hungry. Meanwhile, he looks like he weighs like 400 pounds. And I'm like, you could probably go being hungry a couple days there, buddy. Jesus. That's the thing, Joey's dead, Dad. Those panhandlers do make bank. They make a fuckload of money. I got a cousin. He's a panhandler. He never did shit with his life. He would take his I guess his girlfriend's kid. It wasn't his kid, but he would take his girlfriend's kid down to the casinos, and he would stand in the parking lot and be like, "I'm a single dad. I'm fucking struggling, guys." And he would rack in like 300-400 bucks in an afternoon just hitting up the old people at the casino with the kid that's not his. You know, so I'm like, even as a panhandler, I have very little mercy because if you have even the slightest bit of hustle, you're gonna make some fucking money. I mean, you could sell oranges and water bottles on the corner and be, you know, maybe not wealthy, but you'd be all right. You could probably make it, you know. They say, "Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death." But then it's like they won't just go buy, you know, like a bag of beans and a bag of rice. It's like they only want lobster and steak. And it's like, well, if you're so starving, why are you being so picky? You know, there's ways around it. Can I mod you? I can't do it right now, Larry, because I'm on my phone. I don't have a problem with you being a mod on the channel. I can't do it since I'm on my phone. I'll have to check my studio one of these days and add a bunch of mods because I don't have a problem with people being mods on the channel. I already talked about it. I can't, Marty. I'm not on a computer. I'm on a phone. I'm on StreamYard, and I'm driving, so I can't. You know, I can't be fucking around on YouTube Studio and shit. One of these days. One of these days, Larry, straight to the mods. We will see, though. But yeah, I don't get it. And like I said, I'm not against safety nets. I'm not against stuff that helps people. But it's like if you're gonna be on it, at least fucking utilize it for something. Don't just fucking live on it for the rest of your life and never make anything of yourself. Our own politicians steal money from the government all the time. So I mean, I don't have a problem with regular citizens doing it. But do something with your life. Fucking go to school, build a business. Do something. Get a better job. Pay off your debt, and just be useful to society. And then that way you don't have to be on it forever. You can actually have a better life. Green light at the scale. But yeah, that might be my focus for a little while, is just to make fun of those people. But to what end? They're not going to change. Look at that rich life guy. Uh, every time people point out all of his bullshit, he just capitalizes on it and plays victim. So it's like you can't win, but it is funny to make them uncomfortable. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's fucking crazy to me. But for the people that ask about Tommy, as soon as I know something, I'll put up something. I don't know if I'll do a whole video, but I'll give you guys an update. I'll let you know what's going on with him. And if anybody finds out what his other channel is, because I don't believe for a second that he 100% left YouTube, make sure you find a way to tell me. If you're in the Discord, go ahead and post it in there. I need to start posting the link for the Discord because Billy was the one that was really handling that. He had that place popping, and now that he doesn't really hang around anymore, it's I need to do my job and take care of my own Discord instead of waiting for Billy to do it. But I 100% believe that Tommy has a channel out there somewhere because he's still on Facebook doing shit. So he's just smart enough not to post his channel on there because we'll find it. But he 100% still has a fucking channel somewhere. So the rumor is that he's reviewing podcasters now. So I guess I got to start podcasting so I can get him to do a review, and then he'll accidentally give away his channel. What's that, Joey? The kamikaze drone guy finally paid off his super ego truck and then sold it immediately. Yeah, Marty, at least on a break. I don't know how permanent it is. You know how it is. People will say they're leaving YouTube and then they come back a couple months later. But we'll see. No, he won't. What? Joey's dead, Dad. And I know I know Billy's not missing. He's just not involved with any of us anymore because, uh, I see him on the Discord. It'll show green that he's on there, but he just doesn't come in my Discord. So he's still around. He's still doing shit. He's just not doing shit with us. Oh yeah, Tom, you won't review my. He's like, no, I'm not getting involved with those fuckers. Oh. But it's only like he'll grow again. I mean, that's the one thing is Tommy was good at growing a channel because he knew how to fucking get engagement. Um, he targets the big channels until he gets enough subscribers, and then he'll start picking on the smaller channels and act like he's the big dog. That's seems to be his MO for the most part. But who knows with him really? I mean, just I don't know. For like, I wonder what kind of fucking podcasts he's reviewing. That's what I would want to know. Don't fucking do it, dude. People are the trucking industry has really taken a shit. I know that's a fucking what is that, a cliche thing to say, but it's like people just have no fucking common sense anymore. They'll just hit the shoulder in like the worst fucking part. Let me hit the shoulder at the bottom of a hill in a depression right in front of a big hill where I can't gain any speed in an area that has a lot of traffic, and then wonder why I can't get back on the road when they pass like 4 exits that had wide shoulders they could have safely stopped on. I get it if you break down, but it's like if you're just pissing out the door, it's like, come on, you have a little bit more planning than that. Then there was the stuff with, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen my post where I'm kind of implying something about Trip. And I'm torn because it's like he did tell some lies. And again, I don't think Trip's a bad guy. He is interesting. He's cool to talk to, but he has told some lies. So I'm in that position where I'm like, do I do the expose video or do I just let it go because he's interesting? I mean, he is interesting. He has at least some uh, pretty wild topics to fucking go on tangents on, so I'll give him that. But he told a few little white lies. Well, they're kind of a little more than white lies, but he told some lies. Nothing major, he's not hurting anybody. But it's like it's the same thing with Tommy. Like he's presenting himself in a way that's not entirely true. And it bothers me a little bit. But I'm like, do I do a whole video on it or do I just let it go? Because if, we keep running everybody off of YouTube and then we have nothing to watch. And again, I don't have a problem with Trip. I know he took it personally because I didn't believe him, which I get, but I don't have a problem with him personally. He is harmless. That's the thing, Joey's dead dad, is he's harmless. He's not hurting anybody. But it just bothered me that he lied. And it's like he doesn't have to, because he's that's the thing, is like, this is what a lot of these guys don't understand, is like they're interesting without the lies, right? Like GW Bowles was on TV and he was an owner operator. He had plenty of shit to talk about. So it's like, why are you lying? Why do you have to make shit up when you already have interesting stuff to talk about? And then you got Trip over there talking about getting divine messages from the universe about the source code of the Matrix. And it's like, yeah, why are you lying? You could just do whole live feeds on that. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I'd watch it. You know what I mean? It's like there's nobody else is talking about anything interesting. But that's just me. What's up, DJ? Yeah, the Hensley. I mean, Hensley was one of the biggest liars, to be honest. You know, same thing. He was entertaining. Hensley was definitely entertaining, but right, exactly, DJ. Just don't lie, and that's the thing. Is like I like Trip, but just man to man, a guy that I like, just don't lie. Don't dig that hole. Be honest. That because then people are gonna use it against you, right? What's up, Unwrenched? I think I've seen you around. Maybe not on my channel, but I think you've been around a while. Country sent you. What did he send you to do? I think he's confused because he must think I'm a DoorDash driver and he thinks I'm bringing him his next Jack in the Box meal. And I mean, people like DJ, you're an example of like people have to know he's like kind of fibbing a little bit, you know? Just some of the stuff he says doesn't match up, and then it's like he's in a weird place for somebody that's successful. It doesn't make sense. And again, right, like I'm not saying he's a bad guy because he's not selling anything to anybody, right? He's just kind of talking shit on the internet. But it's like you don't have to lie about what you have to prove anything to people like Joey or GW, especially not GW. Joey might be crazy, but GW is the only one in our fucking community that's well, aside from JF Trucker, but one of the only ones in our community that's confirmed to be doing meth. Like, why are you lying to prove anything to that guy? But I'll take Joey's dead dad advice. I'll leave him alone. He stated that he's not going to come after me. He's not going to do anything, which is kind of part of the reason why I got annoyed because I'm like, it's always fun to be on the winning side, right? You come into the community, you jump on the narc team or the elite team or whoever like the big YouTuber is at the time, and like you're winning because you got all the support. Everybody's on your side, but then as soon as some smoke comes your way, all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm not interested in this drama. And, I'm just above it. I'm way too mature for that. And it's like, come on, don't fucking bullshit us. You just don't want to. It's easy to make fun of somebody that can't fight back, but when somebody can come up with a compelling argument and can show facts and shit on the glass, all of a sudden it's not funny anymore. And that's what annoyed me. Oh no shit. Do you know the name of his podcast? Uh, and I get, and when I say lying, I'm not talking about like sensationalizing things to make it more like entertaining. Like if somebody has like two bankruptcies and you're like, man, they got a bunch of bankruptcies. You know, it's like, yeah, it's two, but you say a bunch because it sounds better. Like that, I don't care about. But yeah, you're probably right. Joey's dead. That he just wanted to fit in with everybody, and you know, and I get that. But it's like, just be yourself, right? Like I'm a small fish in a pond. You know, I mean, I'm in my own Discord. I'm probably the small fish in there, right? It's like we got a bunch of guys that own whole, you know, fleets of trucks and got all this money. And here I am. I'm basically renting a trailer from a guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm nobody special. So it's like, you know, I fit in by just being myself. You know, and I think that's what everybody should do is don't try to be like everyone else. Don't try to, you know, try to act like you have to have the same amount of stuff to be a part of the group or whatever. You know, it's like whatever, just do your thing. So, and the thing is what's ironic is if you don't lie about what you have, you're more likely to get the help to get to the point where you know you get to the point where you want to be. You know, if you tell everybody you got a fleet of trucks and own all these properties and yada yada yada, they assume you're doing good and they're not going to help you, right? But if you say, hey, I want to own a fleet of trucks and a bunch of properties, well, then the people that have all that shit will tell you how to get there, especially when you have their ear. Unwrenched, you're saying Larry lied about cancer that he had? I don't know. I saw the pictures, man. It looked like he had cancer. And just because he didn't die, like, you know, poor Snapper, doesn't mean he didn't have cancer. That's how people feel wanted. I mean, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Just, you know, but at the same time, I mean, the only reason I'm where I am is because I told somebody that was doing better than me that I wanted to be successful like them, and they said, well, listen to what I tell you. And I said, okay. So never have too much pride to take advice from someone else, even if you think they're, you know, they're not doing as well as you. Obviously you got to sift through it because not all advice is good advice, but never be too prideful to at least just listen. You know, just listen to what people have to say. You never know what you might learn. Yeah, to feel important. That's exactly what it is. People want to feel important. Yep. That's really what it is. I mean, it like that's what's funny is Tommy actually made the best point. He says, "Pride." No, no, it wasn't Tommy. It was Thor. Thor made the best point. He said, "Pride will always be your fucking downfall," and it's true. Everybody is too prideful. That, you know, nobody could admit when they're wrong. Nobody could admit when they need help, and it creates a lot of problems for everybody. You know, most importantly, it creates problems for yourself. Oh, I'll be the first one to tell everybody I don't fucking know everything. So, exactly, Joey said that. Yeah, it goes with the common sense, which nobody has anyway. So, but I try to have some common sense, right? I mean, there's still days where I do dumb shit. You know, like I'd be lying if I said I never pulled on a door that said push. But it's like if that's the extent of my idiocy, then it's like okay, at least I was just embarrassed, right? I can survive embarrassment, but that's not gonna like destroy my whole life. But I think that's what's taken down most people is just pride. pride leads to a lot of lying, and then you get exposed for the lies, and then it's now you're embarrassed, and your pride can't take it, and then you got to leave. So yeah, that's a good point. Joey's dead, Dad. That's why Larry blocked him, because he's over here fucking running his mouth talking shit. I don't know what it is about because I can't really read everything, but oh, here's Trip. Yeah, let me drop the link. I always forget to do that. On my end, it shows that I dropped the link. Hopefully, it works. Speak of the devil. What up, Trip?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good.
So I caught a little bit. Um, I'm just putting the charger on. So, what would you like me to admit?
You don't have to admit anything if you don't want to.
I'm willing to have a conversation. You know.
Well, if you want to dive into it live, we can, but that's up to you. I wasn't gonna.
No, that's fair. That's fair. You know.
Okay. So my issue, and again, like you probably heard, I said I don't have a problem with you. I think you're interesting. You're always cool to talk to, but me personally, I believe you told some little fibs
Okay.
that weren't necessarily true. Most of those revolve around the trucks and the houses. I don't believe any of that, but I told you that before, right?
Okay.
And you know, I don't know how. Well, fuck it, we're already doing it, so we might as well. So, you were talking to me on your live feed. You tell me that you bought a house in Colorado for $42,000, a trailer, then turned around and sold it for $100,000. Then you moved to Florida and everything, right? Which is all good, right? That's all good. The issue I have with that is the trailer that you were living in Colorado shows you were evicted. You know what I mean? So it's like there's
Right.
inconsistencies of what you're telling
Okay.
me,
So
and
would you?
well,
Yeah,
but
there's two
but
parts
it's
to that.
if
Okay.
you were selling a
Yeah,
house
that's
for
fair.
$100,000, how are you getting evicted?
Yep.
You know what I mean? It just doesn't
So
line up.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
inconsistent.
Right. So I could explain that. You are correct. So it's 44320 Mesquite Lane, right? It will show that I have an eviction. It's on my credit report. However, it you have lot rent, right? So when it was being sold, I stopped paying lot rent. And if you need me to, I can screenshot my credit report, and it will show that I paid off Triad Financial. That's who had the mortgage. So that will show a zero balance, and you will see. It's on my credit report. So yeah, they're still trying to get that money. So yes, I did not pay the lot rent, and I was already moved, already gone. So yes, that will show, but it's not what you think exactly. And I can privately show you this stuff, and then you can go to your audience and say, yeah, he had that. So yeah, Triad Financial, the original loan of the house of the trailer, and then you pay lot rent. That's what that is. So yes, you are right about that.
Is that what happened in Florida then too? Because you guys have an eviction down there as well, and I say you guys because both you and your wife are on,
You're
well, your
talking about
ex-wife.
you're talking about 208 East Holly Drive, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it's like in Orange,
Okay.
Florida, or something like
Orange
that.
City, Florida. So what that is, and if you look at my video I just did where I was shooting fireworks, that's the same place. No, I in Florida was sued by the property management company that was managing the property. They also sued me in Colorado. Same people, same property for the same thing. It's just because I was in a different state, they had to go there for that. I was already divorced and stuff like that, so it looks like that, yeah. But that's where I was shooting the fireworks, and there's some videos of me, a couple years later clearing out for a tenant that was there. So that was a company called Property Management, and that's just how it came up in the court. But yeah, that is true. That I didn't even know that that's how it came up as a quote unquote eviction. But yeah, I guess that's Orange City. But that's where I was shooting off the fireworks too. So I don't know how I was doing that. But it's the property management company that manages some of this stuff. And that was like years ago that happened, probably 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah, they're old,
Yeah,
but still.
yeah. So
But
yeah, and like I said, I could prove all this stuff. Like, if you, I don't mind exchanging numbers with you, privately, and showing you this stuff because that was a particular hard point in my life, but it wasn't evicted like you're thinking. My ex-wife moved, she got another place, and she went off and lived her life and stuff like that. And that's when I made the move to Texas and went to Colorado and got that place. But the Colorado eviction was not. I guess I was already gone. I just never paid the lot rent while the house was being up for sale. And how do you evict somebody that owns the place? Yeah, I get it.
that's normal for trailer parks.
Yeah, so like you don't like, and I was already gone, like I said. But yeah, I could show all that. So and then so yeah, it did sell for 100. Um, and got it for like 42. The amount I owed on the loan was about 52 though, because like that's how much they wanted back with their interest and stuff like that through Triad Financial. That's a real company. You can look them up too. And Florida, and got into some extremely cheap trailers.
I think the CIA got them again, guys.
Sorry, I got into some extremely cheap trailer. I got a phone call. Some extremely cheap trailers, and I'm trying to put things together. I don't make a lot of money.
I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. It's hard to say because just showing me a loan on your credit doesn't necessarily prove anything. I'm not trying to be difficult or argumentative, even though obviously that's what I do on the internet. But that doesn't necessarily prove it.
Yeah,
But and then it's
right.
like, so
But
what
I'll
about the
show you.
trucks?
I'll show you my loan. Okay, so about the trucks. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So one of the
Yeah,
trucks is
Crash
with
trying
a
to prove me wrong
partnership.
on the internet.
If I'm trying to what?
I said, don't crash your truck trying to prove me wrong on the internet.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not trying to prove anybody wrong because that what you're saying
Just,
is not what you
it's a
said
joke.
about like
Just,
eviction. Yeah, I get it. But what you said about eviction is not necessarily wrong. It's just not what you necessarily think. So I guess eviction is eviction, right? But there's more to it than just like I wasn't paying bills and I was kicked out of something that I didn't own or whatever.
Well, you can see where my not my speculation, my I guess my, God damn it, I'm having like a brain fart on the word. Basically, the fact that I didn't believe you
Yeah.
is coming from the fact that you have 2 evictions on your record. A year ago, when you were, I think it was about a year ago, when you're starting at fucking Hirschbach as a lease driver, you're talking about that video that you had to take down because of Joey. You're talking about finally getting your life together
Hmm.
and shit like that, like all this weird stuff. And it's like, you got a fleet of trucks, but you got to drive somebody else's truck. Like none of it lines up. Like obviously you're going to
Right.
do things the way that you want to do things, but from my perspective, it looks
Yeah.
fucking weird. And
Yeah.
again, I'm
So
not
like,
saying you're a bad guy.
mhm.
I'm like,
No.
either be clear about it or don't
Yeah.
fucking mention it at all. That would be my advice to you.
Well, yeah, that's probably the better idea. But like, I mean, like, these are like the only things that are like kind of questionable. Like I said, obviously you did a full background on me. Uh, so, I'm gonna talk with another guy.
His internet's bad, guys. When
Um,
your internet's bad, it means you're lying. Everyone knows that. I swear this shit is on purpose. Like anytime you try to make a point or you have something interesting to say, that's when your fucking internet decides to crap out every fucking time.
I'm just I'm just in Alabama. That's all it is. Oh! It says I'm back on. It says I'm back on. It says
Yeah,
online
you're here.
again.
Yeah, you're
Can you
here.
hear
You're
me?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you heard me, but one of the trucks is with a partnership, and the truck I'm in now, plus another one, is something that I do own. I don't know how to show that per se, but besides doing what I do, you know. But like I said, this other part, the house and stuff, I can show you that. That's no big deal. You know, you'll see that I paid off the balance. It'll say zero balance to Triad Financial, and on my credit thing, you'll say I don't know if it'll have the actual address per se, but I'm sure I can get an email somewhere or something like that, and from the past, and you know, yeah. And it's
I
sold a
mean,
couple times since then.
if you want to do that, you can. Narc has my number.
Yeah,
I'm obviously not going to give my number out over the internet live, but
yeah,
Narc has my number
that's
if you want to
fair.
send me shit. But that's up to
Yeah,
you. I'm not telling you to prove anything. I'm just saying, like from my perspective, it's all spurious at best, and it's like
yeah.
what you're telling me now. It's like you might as
Hmm.
well have just led with that. You know what I mean? Like, because it gets you in a bad position, especially when you're doing what we all do. If that makes sense, you know.
I guess.
Like
I guess. Like.
that's why I don't. That's why I always talk about my old boss because I didn't do any of
Mhm,
this on my own. I had help,
mhm.
so nobody can say,
Yeah.
"Oh, Josh, you're a fucking lying sack of shit." No,
Well,
fuck help me. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, no, you're like I understand. Like I'm like that's what I was saying. Like I was just like when we had that talk that night, and we've talked since. When we had that talk, that I was just surprised. You know what I mean? So it is. That part is what it is, and I'll be more than
I was just
happy
giving you
to because
a vibe
like.
about it. I wasn't like,
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. Like so, like
there's other little things, but I don't want to give too much ammo to GW Bulls. That's another
exaggeration I've
reason why I
made,
didn't
right?
fucking.
But like every exaggeration, I don't know every exaggeration I've made, right? But like my what I said about my life and like what I try to do is factual, and what and people respect you. You know what I mean? I was like listen to you talk about the comments, and I couldn't read them. So people are respect you, and if I could show you this, you know, then they'll know like, oh, this guy, you know, he might be a fuckhead, but he's like decently stand up. You know what I mean? Like, and
Honestly, the
that matters to
comments
me.
surprise me all the time, man. Like to hear like Winzard is talking about me in the background, like he's the scariest drama guy there is. Like I've never thought of myself as that. So that was pretty fucking
No,
funny.
well, but that's another thing. So it's like who, and I'm glad you said it because like there's another guy that was having issue with Windsor, and I talked to him the next day. I'm like, well, how did? Because he said that he didn't know about the plate thing, how you got the information. I'm like, dude, I talked to you about that, so how would he know? You know
Yeah,
what I
well,
mean?
because the thing you have to understand about Winzard is Winzard doesn't give a fuck. I went in Zello and I said, "Hey,
Yeah,
did Trip talk to you about this?" Winzard's not going to play games. He's not going to lie. He's just going to be like, "Hell yeah!" You know, he's just going to say it. He
yeah,
doesn't give a fuck. Like he's
yeah.
not
That's
backstabbing you. He's not talking. You know, he's not like playing both sides. Winzard
right.
just does not give a shit, and he has no loyalties.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be Winzard. It is what it is.
Well, that's why I wasn't angry at him at all. Like, you know what I mean? Because like I talked to him the next day. I was like, he was like, I don't really know what happened there, how he even knew about it. I was like, whatever, man, it's all good. And I've talked to him since too. Like, it doesn't matter. But it was just, so you like kind of know what's going on a little bit. But yeah, like privately, I have no problem, sharing that information. It's going to be from my Capital One account. I might have to take a picture of it. I don't know if it'll let me screenshot necessarily.
The only way I'm gonna believe you is if you send me the last three
That
of the.
account number.
No, you got to send me your card number for that account and the security
Yeah,
code and the
yeah,
expiration dates. It's the only way I'm gonna believe you. Also, what's the limit
yeah,
for no reason
yeah.
whatsoever?
There's no limit. There's no limit that's worth it for you. We're talking like $300, man. Like that's the limit.
Well, that's how we all start, man.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
we all fucking
So like
start.
I'm no way in. Okay, it's like when I was talking to Narc about it because I was like the trailers that I do rent out to people and stuff, like the profit margins are so low, man. It, I'm not clearing like thousands of dollars a month, and something major could happen. They're so fucking old. We're talking a few $100s per. You know what I mean? And it doesn't necessarily add up, and that's how I got cash for the first truck. So when I went to Hirschbach, um, I was trying to cheat the system. I wanted to. I couldn't get on with Prime. Okay, and I wanted to do the Prime system because I didn't have enough for like the down payment because Prime, what is it called, Pegasus or whatever the fucking place that you get the trucks from, right? For me they wanted like 22 or $23,000 down, right? And I just didn't have that to
But
do, and
you said
I
you have another
did we?
truck though, right? Like you said you had another
Yeah,
truck
since
though,
then,
right? Like,
yes, yeah, we got
okay.
a second
Because like
one, yeah,
just drive. Like
yeah,
I want to get multiple trucks just so I don't have to be on the road anymore. But I'm not
yeah.
going to put somebody in this truck and then drive somebody else's truck while you know what I mean? I'm going to buy another truck before I put someone in this truck. You know, it's like
No,
I'm not going to drive anybody else's trucks anymore.
okay. So like
You know,
you're right. The first truck was running, but it needed work,
they
and
always do.
I went to her spot to get up money because I didn't have any more money at all, like at all, none whatsoever. I actually went to Swift because they had a turf. Fuck! But I had another phone call. I
It's
actually
funny
went
that you
to
said I went to
Swift
Swift and then
originally.
said fuck like you came to a realization about something. That's really funny.
No,
I went to
I went to
Swift.
Swift,
Fuck!
and yeah, and I did their whole process, and everything. And for some reason, they just like you went home right after their like 2 day orientation or whatever, 3 day, whatever it was,
Uh, uh,
and they just never brought me on. They didn't have a reason. Like I think they just forgot about me. So I went to Hirschbach. It was like next day. It was also in Florida,
if
near
you're trying to
Tampa.
make money, if you're trying to make money with somebody else's truck,
Hmm.
this is out, like obviously this was years ago, so I don't know if it still works. But honestly, the best way to do it is through CRST. If you're trying to make money in a lease purchase, but you don't want to own the truck, you just want to make the money and then bounce, because they
Yeah.
pay percentage. They don't pay,
Right.
$1.30 a mile, whatever. That's how me and my ex-wife got started. We went over to CRST. We team drove the truck. We were getting, obviously this was like pre-COVID, so like the rates were really
Yeah.
good. But as lease drivers, we were making like 350 a mile to just run FedEx freight.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. When I had the Lone
We
Star,
were
I went
making,
to Malone. When I had the Lone Star, I went to Malone, and it was like similar. It was what you call it, percentage pay. But I had my own truck at that time, and I got that. That's a lone mountain truck that I had gotten.
so
Um,
what happened with the Lone Star? Why don't you have that anymore?
so I got divorced,
Uh,
and the the attorney basically was like, "Yo, you make too much money. You're gonna have to pay." At first, me and my ex-wife were beefing, right? Obviously.
uh, yeah.
Um, so I thought I was gonna like be working for free, basically. And I sold it. I talked to Lone Mountain, said, "Hey," because I still owed money. I still owed money. It wasn't paid off or anything like that. So I was like, "Can I sell this?" And they said, "Yes, you can sell it, um, but they have to meet our qualifications and they got to come through with us, and then you won't. It's not on my credit report or anything like that." So that's what happened with that truck. It got sold. There was a little bit of equity, so I walked away with like $7,000, and then I went to Texas. And that $7,000, that's what I put down because the company I was at Texas with went straight into the oil field in Colorado. And at the same time, when I was getting divorced, she completely flipped. Like I got custody. There was she had a pay, she never paid, but she was supposed to pay the child support and all these other things. So like she was just like like I'm
Just
sorry. You,
unstable,
you
basically.
you've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. This is all me. You know what I mean? So, like, I didn't end up even needing to get rid of the truck. So it's like the biggest mistake of my life. It has taken me about 10 years just to get back to this little point.
I feel bad now because that's basically what happened to me.
I mean, it happens. But like me and her have a great relationship today, like fucking fabulous. It's like better than it was before. But you never know what somebody could be thinking in the background. But yeah,
I
man.
don't know. I would be
I'll get.
bitter about that shit.
Sometimes I am. Sometimes I am. But like because
That's
like I play the blame game. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you want more information? So it was like, come back to Florida. And that's what kind of got the ball rolling with leaving Colorado. And now I'm paying stuff in Florida and paying Colorado. So now like some months I'm behind or whatever. I'm like, I just can't fucking do this no more. So that's when I sold it. And that's when, while it was in the process of being sold, uh, you know, I stopped paying the lot rent. And they didn't say nothing for a long time, but they eventually did. Because it took longer than 90 days or whatever to fucking sell that bitch.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
So
I told the
it,
story before, but I know you haven't heard it because you're new. But uh, when I was married to my now ex, uh, fucking, we went, like I said, we went to CRST together. We team drove their truck for a year. I
Mhm.
saved up all, I basically just used a spreadsheet to make a bunch of profit and loss statements. And then at the time, I don't know if you can still do this, but at the time, in order to lease a truck from Penske, you had to have an LLC and be in business for a year. That was their stipulation.
A year?
So,
I thought it was like 3 years, man. Damn.
no, it was a year. Maybe that's what it is now, but you had to have 12 months of operating. Like basically, you had to prove you're in operation for at least 12 months. So I
Okay.
made all the profit and loss statements. We took that to Penske. We leased a truck. It was on their full service lease. All you had to pay for was tires and glass, and then everything else was covered, like your PMs, breakdowns, all that shit was covered. And then you just take it to any Penske anywhere in the country, and they'll deal with it. So we started team driving. Well, she wanted to go local because she had two kids that were older. They were like teenagers,
Yeah.
and but they didn't live with her. They stayed with their dad, and she wanted to go local. And so I said, no problem. Like we can make that work. So I went back to Penske. I got a day cab, and I put her in the day cab. And there was this guy out of Reno, because we were living in Gardnerville, Nevada at the time, who hauled like construction trash, like concrete, steel, stuff like that. And so she was doing that. She was just taking these little local loads, like $300 here, $400 there. Like it was no money. Like basically, it paid for the fuel and the truck, and like she had a little bit of money left over. But she was happy, so I was happy. Because that was my wife at the time. And then I kept the day or the sleeper cab, and I was doing power only for JB Hunt. I was hauling fucking dog food out of Reno up to Portland and back, just back and forth, back and forth. It was a sweet little gig. And because she was native, we were able to get land through her tribe up by Lake Tahoe, like South Lake
Awesome.
Tahoe.
Mhm.
And my plan was at the time was to build a bunch of little tiny homes on it and then like rent them out as Airbnbs so people could stay there and like go to Lake Tahoe for cheap. Well,
Right.
everything was going good. We got the land. I poured a bunch of little concrete foundations. I was going to literally order those fucking Home Depot sheds that look like houses, drop them on the property, put, a toilet and a sink and a shower in them, and then like make them little studios that people could rent out. Well,
Mhm.
out of nowhere, she's just like, I can't do this anymore. And basically, like, was just like, I'm leaving, like, just abandoned her kids, abandoned me, just didn't want anything. So I'm like, well, where the fuck did that come from? Like, no explanation at all. Like, her mom was just like, hey, have you heard from her? And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. And so I kept trying to get a hold of her. I couldn't get a hold of her. So I'm like, fuck, so now I got this truck. And I got a guy who's pissed off because, he's, that one day cab is part of his capacity. And I'm like, I don't know what happened to her, dude. I'm sorry. So I had to return the truck early. They wanted a $5,000 early lease, like cut off basically. So I had to return the truck. So then I'm like driving this truck, wondering where the fuck she is and what's going to happen. And, she just kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. Well, then she's like, yeah, I don't want to be with you anymore. It's not your fault. It's me, blah, blah, blah. So she's like, just get divorce papers. I'll sign them. I won't cause you any harm. And I was like, okay, if that's how you want it, whatever. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth because she could have made my life miserable, like come after me for money, all kinds of shit. I was just like, okay, it sucks, but we'll play that game. So I got the divorce papers. She signed them. Well, as soon as we were divorced, the tribe's like, well, you're not tribal, so you can't have any of this. And she has no money, so she can't have any of it either. So they basically like cut me off the land. They're just like, not yours. Thanks for the free concrete pads, though. So I'm like, well, that's fucking awesome. Like, because I had sunk money into that. Then, I have this truck and I'm up there. I don't want to fucking be there anymore. And I was kind of like, I didn't know what I was going to do. And a friend of mine was an instructor at a school in Phoenix, and he's like, just come down here and chill out. So I returned my truck too, paid the $5,000. I shouldn't have done it. I should have just kept the truck, kept doing what I was doing. But I wasn't in a good space. I'm like, this fucking sucks. Like everything changed overnight. So I turned the truck in. I went down to Phoenix. I was working at a school, as an instructor. And, then I ended up going back to my boss that I work for now because that's where me and my ex-wife started, was working for him. And went back to working for him. Then I was going to leave him again to go work for a buddy of mine who was selling commercial insurance. He's like, yeah, you got a kid now, you got to be home. And I was like, yeah, you're right, I don't want to be on the road anymore. Well, I hated doing insurance because it's fucking scummy, and I can't rip people off. Like, I felt like shit. Like it was shit. Like, it's all a scam. You just log into a website. It's called Duck Creek, and they're like, I want Progressive, and you're like, well, let me switch over to Progressive. Here's your price. There's no reason for that price. That's just what Progressive, Geico, and all them guys all agreed on. You're just getting fucked because they all talk, behind closed doors. I just couldn't do it. It wasn't for me. I hated being on the phone. And so then my boss starts dangling this truck in front of me. He's like, dude, I'll sell you a truck. You could just be an owner operator and run under me. And so that's how I ended up back working for him. So I get it. Like, a divorce can fuck everything up.
Yeah. And I try not to let it affect too much. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm trying to get your number right now because I was able to screenshot it so you can see it while you're live. So you don't have to like go out and make a fucking announcement or whatever. I'm trying to get the private chat. You can just put it in there. It's in that little box, right? Yeah. I'm gonna say yo.
Private chat. Oh, yeah. But yeah, like I said, I wasn't gonna like make a big deal out of anything and come after you. It's just, I don't know. I was thrown off because I was just giving you like a little bit of shit, and then you like freaked out. To me, like, I'm not saying you freaked out, but like to me it was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And
I was just surprised. I was just surprised as we were killing drive shifts together. I was like, wow, like, wait, what the fuck? But I get it. Like, I understand why somebody wouldn't believe someone, and like that's not what I was against. I was like, if I don't believe, I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't believe you, but I still fuck with you or whatever. You know what I mean? But it was like, I'd say that at the beginning. So that's just like I said then. Like, that's why I wasn't like, fuck you, never talk to you again. You know what I mean? I was just like, have a good night. I'm gonna go chill out. So.
That's how it felt at first, because you were like, I could tell you were like a little upset about it,
Oh, I was, yeah.
It is, kind of like a betrayal or whatever, but
to me, it felt like that, yeah.
Like, for me, I was just kind of like poking fun, like,
Yeah.
I get it, it's fucked up, but it's like I was just kind of poking fun. I wasn't like trying to like start shit on your live feed, like, let me bring up these lies. Yeah. Let me put this shit on the glass now. Fucking turn my camera on and have like your whole background printed out and shit. Like, that would be kind of crazy. It would be it would actually be funny. So, but
I hope you don't do that.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I would do that to people that I really dislike. You know what I mean? Like, I mean it when I say I don't hate anybody on here. I don't fucking hate anybody. You know what I mean? Like, there's people where I might dislike them for what they do. I might disagree with some of the shit that they say, but I don't fucking hate anybody on here because I have no reason to. There's people where I'm just like, I don't know if I wouldn't say I hate them, but I definitely don't. Like, I have a strong distaste for them just because of what they do and what they say. Like the trucking together people. I don't hate them, but I definitely have a strong distaste for them because they're kind of dirty. Like, they're just shitty people, in my opinion. Don't call the lawyers. But, then there's people like Stewie, where it's like, I don't hate Stewie, I don't know Stewie, but I find it really fucking disgusting that he has the shit that he has on his record, and his only defense is, yeah, well, I didn't go to prison, mate. And it's like, that's not an argument, dude. That's fucked up. You know, like that. They didn't catch me. They didn't catch me for jerking off in front of teenagers. You know, it's like, no, that's not an argument. You just didn't get caught. So it's like, there's people like that where I'm like, nah, fuck that guy.
Well,
But I don't hate him because I don't know him.
Well, I pretty much do, and I'm gonna tell you why. It is because so his argument or self-defense or his defense was that he got off because they also recorded him. So, like, if you read the police report, he doesn't deny having the recording of the girl.
Right.
He says that it didn't get prosecuted because they entrapped him that, oh, if we're going to bring this to the police if you don't do, such and such for us. And it's like, well, they still got you dead to rights on fucking recording a teenage kid having sex. Video or audio, whatever. And like, yeah.
That's my thing. It's just like, you're like, I don't know what it counts as, but I mean, I guess voyeurism, like sexual harassment or like invasion of privacy. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you would classify that as, but it's just like, how fucked up is it where you do something like that and your defense is like, well, why were they recording me back?
Yeah,
and then like same thing like with the rag in the car and shit. Like when like he locked the doors of the Suburban and he pulled his dick out in front of the girl and he's just like, yeah, well, I didn't go to jail for that. And it's like, yeah. But you did it. Just because you didn't go to jail for it, like jail isn't morality. That's just that's just consequence.
Yeah, and like
you're still a piece of shit for doing it.
And as far as okay, so like these police stations, they don't give out like every single detail, right? But it's still still an open thing. They just don't. They're not currently like investigating it, But it has no conclusion really, So it's like, well, if there's enough evidence, but there's nobody talking or anything like that. So they're kind of like, remember, like when it comes to like a sex crime in Florida, they want a slam dunk. They don't want like a little something that could be a gray area, because Florida's like capital punishment.
There he is.
Yeah,
I mean, I get it. I can respect that too. Like if you have harsh punishment, you should have all the evidence. You know what I mean? So like I can respect that from Florida. I don't have any issues with the legal system as far as it went with, they're going to do things the way they want to do.
There's some high power there though, because if he had a public defender, it doesn't matter what the fuck they had recorded on him or whatever. The fact is he had a kid having sex on his phone. And that, like if there's money to stop that somehow.
Whoever this mysterious rich wife of his is the reason why. Because I mean, he has money. He definitely has money. He shares screenshots of like bank accounts and shit. It's not his money. It's this mysterious rich wife, and it's like he has money. So obviously, he probably had a.
My internet sucks, man. Hopefully it comes back. There it is. Oh, there you are. I'm starting to hear you. I'm coming around this bend, so. Or maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. Yeah, there. I'm the only one in the thing. So I'm thinking it was me disconnected. It's him. I'm looking at my internet, and yeah, he'll be back though, or shut it down one of the two. The StreamYard should really shut it down when the host loses connection for a certain amount of time, because you never know what the guests will do. I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm trying to get Josh's number. There's a private chat there. I don't know if he knows about it. But if he just clicks it, he could put his number in there, and I could send him this stuff right now. So yeah, about the trucks, I didn't lie. About the Colorado spot, I didn't lie. About the trailers, the 9 in that one place. I was fucking with GW there, but I do own trailers, and I don't make a lot of money, profit. Um, you know, there you are. You're
Say
kind
my
of back. You're kind of back.
I say my internet's good, and then it kicks me out of fucking StreamYard. I was like, you just can't let me have anything, can you, universe?
Right, right. I'm like, I think it is mine because you were, you know, breaking up, but it was you.
No. Oh yeah,
Yeah. If you see
let's.
that little thing at the bottom that looks like a chat bot, click that. You can put your number right in there.
A chat bot.
Yeah, or a chat box. Sorry, a chat box. It's like right next to the three dots. I assume
Oh,
you're
the
on your phone.
private chat. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
private
private
chat.
chat.
Yeah. Put your number in there. I'll have it. And I'll send you a thing right now. Text message. And then you'll have my number. Just don't drop it to everybody. And
I don't drop people's numbers. I just use it to reverse Google search them. Don't worry.
yeah, well, great. That's cool. All right. Copy. There we go. I'm about to send you a text right now. There's going to be two.
All right, I got it. Let's see what it says. It says, "Fuck you, Josh. You piece of shit. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna beat your ass." Trip, you're a prick, dude. Why would you send me that? He says, "Eat my ass." Fuck you. Like, he's very inappropriate off the internet, guys. He's texting me all kinds of curse words right now. I can't believe you would do something so heinous like that, Trip. I might just kick you off my live feed for that. Wow. I'm so offended. Am I gone or is he gone? I can't tell anymore. He must be gone. He must have left the screen to go to his text messages. StreamYard didn't used to kick you off when you did that. You used to be able to fucking close the window and keep talking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna read your text right now.
All right,
You
and you can see that it's a split screen because I was on the live feed, so you can see it's an actual screenshot. You can see how we're talking there. I know it's AI,
I don't want to look it
but
up right now because it'll fucking
no.
the
So what it
stream.
is, so what it is it's not. It doesn't say eviction, but it's that $3,900 I owe to Sun Communities where the trailer was, and then the other one is Triad Financial. who the they're the lone people on that trailer, and it will say like 50,000, but it was 42, um, 42 and some change, and then it will say zero balance, because it got sold and paid off, and I made some money. And don't ask why I didn't pay the $4,000 to those fucks, because there's a lot of things that also happened. I got bit by a dog that wasn't supposed to be in the community, and they did nothing about it. They actually blamed.
Hey, hey,
Yeah.
why
You're
did
breaking up, Josh? Huh?
you?
Oh man,
My
it's
internet.
me then. Okay, there we go. I can hear you now. What did you say?
I said, I said, I can't.
Yeah, you sound like a fucking robot, dude. You sound like me.
Uh,
You're in the middle of fucking nowhere. See, there you go. He's gone again, everybody. He's gone again. See, I sent him the actual computer virus. That's what happened. So now he can never, ever put out a video about me, because he has a computer virus now, but the computer virus is going to affect his brain, his actual brain, and when it goes into his brain, whenever he thinks, of Tripp or Timothy Bennett, uh, his bodily functions will just shut down, and he'll piss and shit himself every time. So that's what happened there. That was the evil plan that I had. Yes, yes. Okay, now he's back. Now you're back.
of course.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, I know, but it's always got to be something with StreamYard.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
I could,
yeah, it fucking sucks.
I can send text messages. I can use my Google Maps. I can fucking watch YouTube videos, all on the same internet. But as soon as I'm on StreamYard, all of a sudden it doesn't fucking work. And I don't think that fucking OBS Studio works on your phone. I've heard that's better, but
I don't even know what that is.
it's like it's a different streaming thing, and I guess it's supposed to be better than StreamYard, which I believe, because StreamYard's kind of janky. But I don't think I can use it on a phone, and I don't carry a laptop with me or anything. What's goddamn Joey's dead, Dad? What happened while I was gone?
I told them all that I sent you a computer virus that actually affects your brain. So whenever you think of me, it's going to shut down all your bodily functions, and you piss and shit yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, you heard it, guys. I guess we can't talk about Tripp anymore.
No, no.
We gotta goose fraba it from here on out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was my evil plan. But hopefully that gives a little bit of clarity to your questions. Especially about house ownership, I guess. But yeah, like I said, like what you saw was real. I didn't know that the Florida shit said it like that. Because I got sued by the same motherfucker twice. Um, it, that was a weird situation, but yeah.
Tripp it is viruses.
Yeah.
The little fucking stage keeps showing me one person, but then when I check it, no one's there.
Yeah, it'll do that when you get kicked off. It'll say that whoever's in there will say one person. Yeah.
All right. I don't want people to like not letting anybody on the stage. So
I'm the king of being kicked off the internet of my own show, like phone dying or whatever.
It's only fucking StreamYard, dude. I swear to God, I hate StreamYard. Sorry, StreamYard. Don't kick me off again, but
And you know what's crazy? So like Narc will come onto my stream yard, right? And if he has his camera on, the latency is so fucked up that we can't communicate.
Oh yeah, yeah. But Narc's been notorious. Uh oh. Joey's dead dad wants to know if you shot the dog that bit you.
No, no. Okay, so what happened with that was, uh, Jesus Christ. All right, so I'm walking. You know, at that time I was doing like 6, 7 miles a day, just walking and not running, just walking. Still good numbers, right? So I'm doing my walk, and I'm walking towards this guy, and he's walking his fucking dog, a boxer. I've seen the boxer plenty of times. So I'm walking up, and he has it on one of those leashes that like can extend, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah, the
And
little like stretchy thing.
yeah, but I didn't think nothing of it. So the fucking dog just comes up to me, and I didn't put a hand out or anything like that. It fucking bit the shit out of my leg, chunk right into my fucking thigh. Fucking, it was a powerful bite. So I fucking called the cops, right? The cops didn't believe me that I got bit by a dog. I'm like, dude, I got 4 marks right here and they're bleeding. And my leg the next day was like black and blue and shit.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and in that community, you're not allowed to have large breed dogs. Boxers are listed as one of the dogs you're not allowed to have. So I'm like, you guys need to fucking do something about it, you know, because I'm already going through all my shit at this time, right? You guys need to fucking do something about this. That the lady there, I hated her, and they did absolutely nothing about it. They didn't give a fuck. That they did nothing about it, but they would always complain to me because my AC went out. And then I put fucking AC units in the windows. And they would bitch and put these fucking stickers on my shit all the time saying I needed to get the actual AC fixed and that you couldn't have AC units in the windows. So, yeah, I just had problems with the place. That's why I never paid them the $4,000. Fuck them. They're never going to get their money.
What's funny, and I mean, I guess it's doxing, but you don't live there anymore, so who gives a fuck? What's funny is you were one street over from where this guy Trucks lives.
Oh, really?
That fucking community is the same community that he lives in.
Yeah, when you said that it was in Evans, Colorado, I was like, there's only one that has decent, you know, trailers. You know what I mean? You know, so
It's like he lives on like Foxtail Lane or something. Like it was literally one street over from the one that you were on.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was at the end of the street, pretty much. It was like one to the end. And
he's in the middle somewhere of his, but it's on like Foxtail or Fox Drive or something. Like it's Fox something. It's literally the next street over. Eric, I'm gonna start posting the Discord link and videos that I drop, and I'm gonna probably just do like random posts about it. I don't know how to send it in here. Can I do like a private chat to you? No, I can't do a private chat to you. I'll post it so that you can get in there, man. I need to start posting it because it's kind of died off because Billy's not running it anymore, but I'm trying to get the Discord running again.
So that particular unit, it was weird, right? So like they have like a community place, right? I was supposed to get the one right next to it. But the day that I was supposed to move in, there was another people moving in. I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Now my kids are coming to Colorado from Florida the next day. And they're like, oh, we made a mistake. It should have been solved right then and there, right? But or like fuck you right then and there, right? But they you know, I went to the
Am I leaving again or am I still here? I can't tell.
I don't know.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Oh, okay. OG Black, I got to do videos on Big Belly. I plan on it because that is a fucking shit show. if you've been watching, notice how what's her name, Bumbles, the Ruthie. Notice how she was more excited for their anniversary of YouTube than she was of their child coming home from fucking the boys' camp or whatever. It was fucked up.
I stopped watching them after. I haven't watched them since they were moving the mattress. Well, I didn't watch that whole thing. I was gonna make a video about it that they Jason Pope gave them his mattress from Hurricane Express, but I never got around to it.
They're hard to watch, man, because fucking Big Belly is like such a goober. You know, it's like listening to him talk, like is pretty fucking painful. But then it's like on top of him being a goober, you have Ruthie just screeching constantly. So they're hard to fucking watch.
Did you hear what she fucking said? She said to the kid, she goes, "It's Big Billy's birthday. He's turning 64." And she's like, "Yeah, there's a 50-year difference. So when you turn 50, your dad will be 100. Do you think your dad will live to be 100?" And it's like, yo, you're making the kid think about his dad fucking being old and dying. Like, stop.
Plus, her math was wrong too, because 61 or 64 plus 50 is not 100. But hey, they're on that Kentucky math, just like Jason. So don't give them too much trouble.
Well, to be
nice.
fair to her, when the kid turns 50, his dad will be 100.
Be like,
because his dad's 50 years older than him. So when he turns 50, the dad will be 100.
Be like 114 if I'm doing the math right.
I don't know. I think he's 50 years older than him. So if he turns 50, he would be 100.
Yeah, but if he's 64 and you add 50 to that, it's not 100. It's over 100. But that's just me being petty because it's the internet.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like she's saying 100. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure he's been homeschooled, so you can tell his future is fucked. You know, because that's the education he got.
Yeah, you know, and like I don't think he's like gonna be like a bad kid or something or anything like that. It's just you don't need to ask your kid about what they think if your dad's gonna be alive or not. Like kids should never really think about that at that age. Like he'll have plenty of time to think about that when he's 30 and his dad's fucking 80. Because when he turns 30, his dad's 50 years older than him. He's gonna be 80 years old. That's when he can start worrying about that type of shit. So.
Yeah, dude, she did. She messed that poor kid up.
What's the chat even saying? Let me pull it up. Comments.
Yeah, good. Hurricane and Coach rocks. Yes, they do. Coach is probably the most successful truck driver on the planet. Every day I wake up and I feel inadequate because I haven't quit 80 jobs in the past 5 months. Yeah. And I really, I'm on rookie numbers. I need to get my numbers up. I need to start applying and quitting. Otherwise, I'm not a real truck. How can I tell anybody anything about trucking until I have at least 5 jobs this year? I mean, come on.
Well, not too much. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in a different time zone. Okay, so I don't know much about the coach. But what I do know is that he's not a coach. I just watched the World Cup. There's a lot of coaches there. And you know what they don't do? They don't quit. They don't fucking just run away from the team. And, But it is what it is. So, what's his name? Your favorite YouTuber's gonna have a live feed tomorrow.
Who's that?
SoCal.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a live feed tomorrow, and it says something about international scamming or something like that.
interesting. Wonder what he's going
That's
to be
what.
talking about.
Maybe local scamming. I don't know, but it says international scamming.
What's up, overtime? Yeah, there is a lot of hurricane trucks on I-40, man. That fucking I-40 corridor, they own that shit for sure. If Farmers Oil out of Texas is the fucking I-35 mafia, then Hurricane is the I-40 mafia for sure.
Did you hear the math that we did about that hurricane?
The math?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's fucked up. But the thing is, it's like, I get it that Hurricane is shady, you know, they're fucking people over and all that, but it's like, if you think about it, it's like, are they really, when they put all the shit on the glass, you know what I mean? Like, they've never lied about anything. Like, you have the guys reading the contracts on YouTube, and I'm like, oh, I mean, he tells you, excuse me, he tells you that, you know, every direction that you're getting fucked from, and people still sign the dotted line. And Hurricane gets this rap, but they're not even the only ones. Dynamic Transit out of St. Louis is the same way. You know, a bunch of idiots will go there and work for peanuts because they have hood trucks. Western Distribution out of Denver, they got all those pretty blue Peterbilt hood trucks. So guys will go and drive for 32 cents a mile or 37 cents a mile just so they can tell everybody they got a fucking hood truck. You know, so it's like Hurricane's not even unique in that aspect. People have always pulled suckers with a hood truck.
Well, like I said, I don't think. I think they just need to tell you about like these guaranteed pays. The guaranteed pay, according to them, is a loan. You know, so that you're always in a loan with them, anywhere from you're gonna have to pay that. That's why it takes 6.5 years to pay off a truck instead of 22 months. So I don't
Oh,
think
I
they're a
didn't know
bad
that.
company.
I thought they were out of Texas. All right, so they're out of Kansas. Hey, don't get me wrong, Joey's dead dad. I love a hood truck too, but I'm not going to go work for Western Distribution at 37 cents a mile just to tell you I own one. You know what I mean? Or I drive one at that point.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know too much about them. Like I
slow
just knew the
drivers.
old lady that worked there with her husband, and they did the money stuff. So they got paid more because like while they were sleeping, they were just getting paid as a security guard.
I know they have some good divisions. Like they have a tow truck division that makes good money.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
So if you want to drive a wrecker, um, Western Distribution is the way to go. But 37 cents a mile to haul reefer? No, thank you. No, thank you. And I'm sure they give raises and shit, but I mean, remember back in the day, like when I started driving, I started at Swift, and the starting pay was 24 cents a mile, and they're like, every year you're here, it goes up one whole penny.
That's crazy.
So,
What do they pay now?
I don't know for sure. I know my buddy, he worked there for a little while, and I think they started him at like 40 something cents. So I think that's what most of them are at, or around 40 something cents to start, and then they'll bump you up to 50 and tell you you're making a good deal.
Yeah.
One of my old students was working for that Heartland Express, and they started him with 6 months experience. They started him at like 48 cents a mile. So not the best. But I mean, most of the mega carriers are like that. They don't pay, and then they lie to you and they say, well, you're a W-2 employee, you get benefits and all this shit like that. And it's like, honestly, the benefits aren't worth it. The last W-2 job I had, well, technically it was the oil field, but the last like well, yeah, the oil field technically was the last. So the last W-2 job I'll say I had that actually had benefits that were worth it was the job I had before the oil field, and that was Cormark, doing the Circle K, because my medical benefits were paid by the company, so I didn't have to pay anything. I just got medical, dental, and vision for free just for being a driver. And the pay was pretty decent, like 70-something thousand a year, roughly. It varied. You know what I mean? But most jobs are not like that. Like if you go to Swift, they're not paying for your medical. They're going to take it out of your check and tell you they're doing you a favor, and then you can't even use it because medical insurance fucking sucks.
Yeah, so like your Circle K job is basically like a $90,000 job, considering like how much it would actually cost you per week to, have.
I never did them. Yeah, the more it's like family. The more you owe, the more it's like family. Dude, Atlanta, that is the best fucking. That's the best fucking slogan for lease operator ever. Like that is the most beautiful one, dude. We got to get that on a T-shirt and send all the fucking proceeds to you for that. that should be Hurricane's fucking slogan. The more you're in debt to the company, the more like family we are. I like that. That's a good one. But I never did the math to know like what the fucking shit was actually worth, because I know UPS likes to do that a lot. They're like, oh, you make $200,000 a year, and you're like, no shit, really? And they're like, well, it's actually like 75,000, but we got so many benefits, and it's like, motherfucker, I can't take the benefits to the store and buy anything. So why are you including that in my salary? But no, Cormark took good care of us. It wasn't a bad job. If they still did the fucking Circle K shit in Arizona, I'd probably go back there, honestly. I'd be like, fuck being an owner. I'll just go and run up and down that ramp and blow out my shoulders and my knees, and then retire in pain.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was rough there. That was a lot of work.
Now, that was fuel? Like you were doing fuel there?
No, I was doing the supply. And I was delivering like all the water, the food, the snacks, cigarettes, alcohol. Like I was delivering everything to the store.
Oh, fuck that, bro.
And they would.
God damn.
They would literally pile all the shit on the floor to ceiling, and they would just pack it all the way to the door. And then every box had a sticker on it, and every stop was a division of 7. So stop 1 was actually stop 7, stop 2 was 14, stop 3 was 21. Went up by 7. And you would literally you'd run up the ramp, and you'd look at your paperwork, and you'd be like, okay, they got 7 totes of cigarettes, so I need 7 line 42. You'd run those in. Alcohol was line 44, yada yada. You just go through the lines, but what made it cool was we didn't have scanners. We literally just counted boxes. So you just run up there and just grab all your boxes. You didn't have to sit there and scan barcodes and shit. And then all we had to do, per the company's contract with Circle K, is we had to just put it in one spot. We didn't have to put shit away. We didn't have to organize it. You would literally just make a giant ugly pile wherever the clerk told you, hey, where you want your shit, right there, and then you would just dump it all right there and run. So you could bump
That's
out a
not
route in like
too bad. Yeah,
no, dude,
that's not too bad. Yeah.
I worked like 30 hours a week. It was the hard 30 hours because you were
Yeah.
running,
Yeah.
but like you got the same pay whether it took you 5 hours or 12 hours. So it's like you might as well get it done as quickly as possible and go home, enjoy your life.
Oh, yeah. Now, some of those places, like if you want to do the merchandiser for Coca-Cola or whatever, you gotta go in there with that heavy ass shit. Then you gotta put it away. Like fuck that. Like no,
Yeah, I
no.
did that too.
I,
I worked for a company called Khalil Bottling. It was my first local job. This was like in 2013. And we
oh,
delivered Dr. Pepper, 7-Up products, and Monster Energy, like Snapple, all the off-brand shit that Coke and Pepsi didn't own yet.
yeah.
And you would just drive up to gas stations, dollar stores, shit like that. You know, walk the shit inside. They'd count it. Then you got to stock their shelves, and it was always bullshit because they'd come in, they're like, oh my God, we've been waiting for you. We're completely out of Monster. And you look at the shelf and it's wiped out. But then you go in the cooler and there's like 15 cases back there. They're just too lazy to fucking stock it. So they just wait for their delivery to show up. And you're like, you lazy fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
that's
is definitely
crazy.
good work out over time.
Yeah, fuck that. I've done like the food service basically. You know, you bring the stuff to the restaurants, and that's annoying as it is. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
able to stock the shit.
when Cormark lost the Circle K account, that's what I had to do, and I fucking hated it. I was in Denver at the time. Well, not Denver, but I was in Loveland, and I would go down to Denver for my route. And they were like, yeah, we're not doing the Circle K stuff anymore, but don't worry, you're not fired. We're just transferring over to the main Core-Mark, so you'll do like restaurants and all this shit. And
Fuck that.
I fucking hated it, dude. The worst ones to me were Red Robins because you would deliver overnight, and the way Red Robin does things is they would like just go home at the end of the day and they'd leave the mess instead of cleaning it up, and then they would clean up in the morning before they opened was the way they ran things.
That's
So
disgusting.
every Red Robins you went into, you'd walk in to deliver, and there's just fucking
Roaches
blood on
everywhere.
all the counters and just
Oh,
lettuce all over the floor. And I'm like, why would you let this fester all night and grow
oh,
bacteria? Why wouldn't
yeah.
you clean it up at the end of the day? And then Popeyes was another disgusting one, dude. That the cheapest, nastiest, leakiest chicken. You
Yeah.
go in the store and you just start slipping and sliding because everything has a 6-inch layer of grease on it. Fucking every cooler smelled like shit. I was just like, who the fuck? Like, I still don't eat at Popeyes because it's so gross.
Well, you know that David Goggins was going to spray for fucking roaches everywhere, right? And then he went and became a Navy SEAL. So maybe you know you were supposed to become a fucking Navy SEAL after
I guess
seeing that
so.
disgusting shit. It's like, why the fuck am I doing this?
The
I'm
problem
300
is
pounds. I might as well become a Navy SEAL tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
my problem is I didn't go to the Air Force first. That's the issue. Because he was in the Air Force and then he left the Air
Yeah,
Force.
yeah, but then he gained like 200 pounds. You know, like that motherfucker was
Right.
like 305. But he was
Yeah.
still like, even in the Air Force, he did that. He was trying to be a, I forget what it's called, but it's like the special forces of the Air Force. So he's always
Oh, the
wanted to do that type of
PJs,
thing. Yeah, I
the
forget what it's like.
paratroopers or whatever.
Yeah, so
Like
like he
the
was trying to
rescue
do that,
team.
but he couldn't. But he couldn't swim. He couldn't swim, so he couldn't make it. Yeah.
You gotta love that. I can't swim. I better join the Navy SEAls. Because if
Yes.
I
Well,
can't
he.
swim, they'll kill me.
Yeah. They'll just drown me, and my life could be over with. Like, there we go. That's good. That's how you have to view it, I guess. They'll just drown me. I'll just fucking drown and die. Yeah.
That's, I guess, it's good motivation.
made it work for him, right?
Yeah, basically. Well, what's funny is like, you know, he did it the hard way, right? Like he starved himself. He worked out like fucking crazy.
He figured
But
out the
what's
math.
he just ate 800 calories a day and worked out like crazy. So of course he's
Yeah.
going to lose 100 pounds in a month, you know. But it's like
Yeah.
with shit like Retta and tirzepatide and fucking dinitrophenol, it's like we could all do it too if we're willing to suffer for a month, and we won't even have to suffer because if you just fucking overdose on Retta, you won't even feel the hunger on eating 800 calories a day.
When you say overdose, I've been doing some research. What are you talking about? Because they say that the study groups that were doing 12 milligrams started increasing their heart rates to 10 beats a minute. So what are you talking about overdose?
Basically, what they'll do. That's why all the celebrities are getting that fucking sunken in like skeleton face now.
Yeah.
It's because what they do is instead of taking the dose every week like you're supposed to, what they'll do is they'll take the maximum dose every like 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
So like they're not taking like 30 milligrams in one shot, but they're constantly dosing it at high amounts every couple of days, and they just starve themselves skinny. And then if you take dinitrophenol and you mix that with clenbuterol, dinitrophenol is a chemical that was found in paint in World War II. And the guys that were painting tanks and bombs and shit, they would start wasting away and no one could figure out why. They would eat, and they would just waste away and turn into skeletons. Well, if you take 1 milligram of dinitrophenol for every 2 pounds of your body weight, you too can also eat whatever you want and just lose weight. Like it'll just melt off of you, like 2 to 4 pounds of body fat a day. Like you'll literally melt.
What's the bad? What is okay? I'm afraid of my heart exploding. What is it going to do to like those types of organs if I start taking whatever?
Dinitrophenol. Oh, it's gonna cook you. It's gonna cook your organs, all of them.
So it's not good.
Increases. No, it's extremely fucking dangerous. It's highly effective, but it's extremely fucking dangerous because it boosts your metabolism so fucking high. Like you're literally like you're sweating. Your body is generating so much thermogenic heat because you're burning calories so fast. Basically, like you'll be sitting on the couch and you'll feel like you're running in fucking 100-degree weather. Like you just burn. You just burn up and all the weight comes off. It's fucking nuts. And then clenbuterol does the same thing, but at a lesser extent. Like it'll raise your daily caloric rate by like 10 to 15%, which isn't a lot, but that's an extra 200 calories you're burning for no reason. You know, like you haven't changed anything. You're just burning an extra 10%. So if you're eating less because you're on Retta, taking Clen, now you're burning 10% more and eating, you know, probably 30 or 40% less. You know what I mean? Like it just boosts the fucking calorie burn. And then on top of that, people will also take T3, which is a thyroid hormone. So then it sends your thyroid into overdrive, so you're burning even more weight. Like they're fucking nuts, dude. None of those Hollywood people are natural.
Right.
They're all liars.
Okay, so let's put it into the perspective of your typical overweight truck driver. What is it going to do to them? Are they going to die while driving the truck?
Depending on dosage, absolutely. Because so DNP, dinitrophenol, it cooks you. You're basically in a moderate fever at all times, and a fever is bad for your organs. So that's bad. Right, you're going to cook your liver, your kidneys, your heart, your lungs. You're gonna cook yourself. It's arguably the most dangerous. But since you're losing 2 to 4 pounds a day, you only really need to use it for about 2 weeks. So as long as you use it in short bursts, you probably won't die. Then clenbuterol is mildly anabolic. So like traditional steroids, it's going to affect your heart. So it's going to thicken the walls of your heart. So if you already have blood pressure problems, clenbuterol is dangerous. But again, it's something that most guys use in short bursts. Um,
I found out there's two different kinds of blood pressure. So you have blood pressure like
there's
I do from being fat, right?
systolic and
Well,
yeah,
not
yeah,
just
yeah.
that, but then you have like organ blood pressure. Like your heart, you can have high blood pressure and your heart not have high blood pressure. It will, it's just normal. It's operating normal. That's typical for fat fucks. Like
Right.
just the overall strain on your body. But then, which is worse, if your heart and organs have high blood pressure, it's like systemic. So you're like that's really bad, and that's hard to fight even with medicine,
We'll see
unless
you
it's your
later,
like
Joey.
kidneys.
Have a good one, man.
So yeah, so like a friend of mine told me today that there's a company that looks like they're gonna go to market next year with Retta.
Yeah, so then it'll be ungodly expensive and nobody will
It'll
be
be
able
like
to
five
afford it.
hundred bucks. Yeah, it'll be like $500 a month. You know.
Dude,
So
it's already a fucking ripoff. Because the lady I get it from, I'm getting it for like $20 a vial.
yeah.
But when I go to the sites like where I'm looking to get steroids from, they're selling individual vials for like $85 to $100. So they're just marking it up like crazy. And it's like you go there and they'll sell you steroid like a bottle of testosterone is like $60 to $85. But if you order it directly from the manufacturer in China, it's like $13.
Can you trust it though?
Well, you always test it. But Dave Palumbo sells testing kits on his website for $20. So you test it, make sure it is what it is, then it's safe to use it. But the
Okay.
ones
Is
that's
there
fake the most is Primobolan because that one you don't want to mix that because what Primo does is it's not very strong anabolically. It's not going to build muscle like Test or Tren or something, but
right?
it controls estrogen. So when you take exogenous testosterone, your estrogen rises, which is what causes gynecomastia, sweating, acne, all that shit. Well, Primo naturally controls it while also adding to the effect of your testosterone base. So people would use them together to control their estrogen, but the problem is they will fake it. So you think you're controlling your estrogen, but actually you don't have Primo, you have something else that doesn't control estrogen. So now you just fucked up your hormones.
I
You
don't
know,
know. Like I'm looking to get some Retta probably. I
I
haven't
would
really
advise
decided.
it, man. It's worth it.
Yeah, everybody says that I know that uses it, and it's just like I don't like that. Well, they always say like, hey, if what the hell is on your prime truck? What the fuck? Their prime truck looks crazy. Um. Anyways. Anyways. The 12 milligrams is like maximum dose. They're like, you're not gonna get to that level. You're gonna be done before that. So, like, just
It's
take it.
true because when I was on the tirzepatide, the maximum dose for tirzepatide is 15 milligrams, right?
Mhm.
I started at 2.5. I ran that for a month, and then I bumped it up to 5. And at 5, if I take it, but basically the first day I wouldn't eat because my appetite was just crushed. And then the second day, I could eat like little bits here and there, but I couldn't eat like a full meal or I would get sick and I'd feel bloated. And that was at 5. And I never went above 5. The only thing I changed was the half life of tirzepatide is only 5 days. So instead of taking it every 7 days, I would take it every 5 to make sure that I stayed in the fat burn because the GB1 or whatever, not the GLP1, the GIB I think it is, the second agonist that tirzepatide has, it actually increases lipolysis, so you're burning fat more. So I was like, well, the longer it's in my system, the more fat I'm going to be burning. So instead of letting it wear off and having 2 days with nothing in my system, I just kept it in my system for every 5 days.
Yeah.
And then same thing with Retta. It has a 5-day half-life, and a lot of people will just, instead of taking one giant dose at the beginning of the week, they'll just take 2 smaller doses every 5 days to keep their heart rate down, and to keep their level in their blood stable. So, but I like it. It works well because it's not going to like magically fix your life. It does work, but if you're already dieting and exercising, it makes what you're doing more productive. So you're just getting more bang for your buck, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it's temporary. The studies have shown that if either long-term use or the maximum dosage, you're going to lose like 30% of your body fat, or your body weight, I should say, which is what you can expect with a gastric bypass. So this is an injection that has the same effects of gastric bypass, but unlike gastric bypass, when you're done, you can just stop taking it.
And you don't have to deal with the long recovery.
Exactly.
And the infection risk and all that.
The half-life is 5 days. You know what I mean? It's not like if you take it, you're like, oh man, I'm in for a ride for the next 6 weeks. It's like, no, in 5 days it'll leave your system, and it's like it never happened. So if you have a bad reaction to it or whatever, you'll be nauseous and sick for a few days, but it'll go away. It'll leave your system in 120 hours.
So I did see that. I don't think anybody's died of it. So,
not that I know of yet.
Yeah, I guess it's relatively safe.
I mean, the safety profile is like any it's nausea, diarrhea, headaches, feeling faint, dizziness. It's all minor shit. And really, like I was dealing with dizziness, but it was because I wasn't drinking enough electrolytes, because it affects your electrolyte balance. So I just started taking in more electrolytes, and the dizziness went away.
I deal with that anyways. Like if I'm doing carnivore, like heavy, like it's already fucked up because your electrolytes are fucked up, and everything else is fucked up. So you just gotta kind of ignore it and just.
Well,
I know I'm busy driving.
The cool thing is, though, is if you're on carnivore, it actually works out because, people talk about the loss of muscle, because they're restricting their calorie so much. And your body's natural response to calorie restriction is catabolism, right? It's like we need the fat that keeps us alive, but this muscle is costing us too much, so we're going to get rid of it. Well, if you're on carnivore, you're getting enough protein to where your muscles are going to be protected. And the glucagon receptor in the third agonist that's in Retta, because tirzepatide and Retta are very similar. Retta is a GLP-1 and GIB agonist. Retatrutide is GLP-1, GIB, and glucagon. Well, the glucagon in the Retta has the same effect on your body as a keto diet.
Right. I also saw that the main gland for that is in your heart, and that's why it increases at those higher doses, if it increases at all. Like some people, it happens to, not everybody on their testing. And it was like, if your heart rate is 70 beats, it might be at like 81.
Yeah, they said it was mild to moderate, but at the same the way I look at it is, if going on retatrutide raises your heart rate for a few months, but then you can come off, then that's infinitely better than being overweight and having a chronically higher blood pressure, in my opinion.
So like when a doctor is fucking telling you, you know what, those 10 beats, that's 14,000 extra beats per day. But you know what? If you can knock down 30% of your body weight, particularly in fat, because I read that it like eats away the visceral fat, and for the most part, and that would overwhelmingly be better than having 14,000 extra beats for a few months. Not even a whole year, just a few months, and then
exactly.
You're, know. So,
Fucking the way I look at it is every time I hear every every time I hear someone like try to scare people about the weight loss stuff, tirzepatide, Retta, Ozempic, whatever, I'm like, you're worried about using something to lose weight, and we know obesity is dangerous. It kills 300,000 people a year, right? Yet there's fucking crackheads that live for 55, 60 years doing crack, right? There's alcoholics that smoke 20 packs of cigarettes an hour for their whole life. I'm exaggerating, obviously. And they live to be 85 with a fucking hole in their throat, right? And nobody bats an eye, right? But then you're like, hey, I'm going to lose weight for the next, 68 weeks. Oh, my God. What are you thinking? It's so dangerous. And it's like Dave Palumbo, the bodybuilder, abused growth hormone and anabolic steroids as well as Clen, T3, and DNP for 30 years. And he's still alive, and he's a millionaire because of it. So I'm like, I don't want to hear your fear-mongering over fucking Retta, dude. Get the fuck out of here. And then the studies have shown, too, that it reverses the damage caused by cirrhosis and stabilizes the kidneys in people that are suffering from kidney failure.
Yeah. So, and kidneys is something I keep an eye on. I have, really good functioning kidneys. But, those same people will be putting artificial maple syrup on their pancakes and shit. Talking to you about you're gonna try to lose weight with that? You're injecting something into your body, but you're taking this synthetic processed bullshit into your body too. It's the same fucking thing. So that's gonna guarantee make it worse.
Exactly. They're saying that as they're fucking eating hormone injected meat and synthetic potatoes, and then it's they're taking their food in a plastic container and putting it in a nuclear reactor, which is known to cause cancer. You know what I mean? And it's just oh my God, I can't believe you're losing weight. Dude, everything is dangerous. You might as well take the risks that make you happy. You know what I mean?
And no matter what, you're going to die, right? You're going to die. So you might as well try to die. 50 had it the best. Get rich or die trying. That should be the motto for everything. You want to look good? Exactly. Look good or die trying, or whatever,
And my thing is there's dangers in everything, but it's everything in moderation, including moderation, has always been the saying. I'm taking the retatrutide, but I aggressively count my calories to make sure that I'm not under eating. I only weigh myself once a month. I don't do daily or weekly. Once a month, I just see if I'm still losing weight, so I know if I have to adjust anything. And I consistently lose 6 to 8 pounds a month.
Do you make sure that you get butt naked?
Of course, and I take a 6-pound shit right before, and then I put my hand on the wall to take some of the weight off the scale. I follow GW. Don't worry, I'm getting the right diet advice. I eat my carnivore.
Dude, carnivore. Yeah, I saw your video.
I eat my carnivore lettuce and pig skins. But every month I lose 6 to 8 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's I could do that naturally, but I could also, do it without even trying, which is the Retta makes it that much easier. And if I lose weight slowly like that,
you drive the truck.
I'm not going to have loose skin and shit. Right.
Yeah, so it's let's just be real. It's hard, right? I guess that makes us weak men, right? I don't know if I'm going to speak for myself. That I don't feel like fucking working out every day. And I know you're supposed to do it when you don't feel like it. I know that. I know, we all know the answers to what to do. We don't need none of this shit. You got to go for a walk or run, and you got to work out, lift some type of have some resistance training, and eat correctly, and you'll have the same results. However, the fact is that at times, I can be seen as a bitch-ass man that doesn't want to do what a man is supposed to do at all times. So, maybe I should try this to fill in those gaps because I am a truck driver working for the Russians, if you catch my drift. And sometimes I'd be tired, and I don't feel like getting up out
Exactly.
of bed. You
The
know?
thing is I used to be very very anal about like following all the rules exactly, right? You have to do 3 to 4 workouts a week. You have to get 10,000 steps a day. What are you doing? You got 9,500. You fucking failure. And I
Yep.
realized like it doesn't fucking matter. I'm almost 40 years old. I'm a fucking sedentary guy. I just sit in the truck all day.
No,
Anything
I
I
got it.
do
I
is
got it.
better
I
than
got it.
most.
No, you're supposed to go on to Reddit, Tide, and all these other things, right? And then go on the internet and call people bitches and fat fucks because they're not doing the 10,000 steps, the 15,000 steps. You're not in the gym every fucking day because you're a bitch. And you want to look like this? This is what you have to do. You have to eat carnivore, eat your eggs, and fucking this is how you do it. And then you can make a lot of get on my program. I'm gonna do a specific program for you. And we're gonna figure out your macros. I got you, I got you, I got you. And then but it costs $99 a month. There you go.
I feel a little attacked. I wasn't going to reveal my paid coaching calls quite yet, but you
Uh,
figured me out already. But no, but the thing is like that's why I tell people I use it because I'm like I don't, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be like, look, guys, I dieted and I lost all this weight. It's like, no, I have help. But my
no,
point is, it's like
I'm
you.
telling them. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna tell them that I did this naturally. In fact, I always look like this. I'm gonna change
Hey,
my name
might as
again.
well.
I'll change
Might
my
as
name
well.
again. I'm gonna
The
be
people like Big Boy are still telling people that they lost 100 pounds by dieting when we all know they were blasting fucking Tren and Retta for 6 months. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
like everybody still fucking lies anyway, but
yeah.
I don't think there's any reason not to try it. You know what I mean? Like if you can do it without it, I have the utmost respect for you. It's fucking hard. I've done it, and I don't want to do it anymore. I want like the cool thing with these things is I'm assuming Ozempic is similar, but tirzepatide and Retta, they reset your metabolic like your metabolic rate for your body. So
Oh,
normally when you lose weight, the reason you regain it if you're not like basically dieting the rest of your life is because your body has a set metabolic point and it's really hard to reset it. But when you go on retatrutide or tirzepatide, it actually resets that metabolic pathway so that if you do learn good habits while you're on reta or tirzepatide, when you come off, if you maintain those habits, you're not going to have to fight to not regain the weight. And that's something that people don't fucking.
I think I'll get addicted to it though.
I mean, it is addicting. Don't get me wrong. Like I have an addictive personality too, but
Yeah,
the thing is like, do I want to be addicted to fucking meth or do I want to be addicted to fucking retatrutide? Do
right.
I want to be a raging alcoholic or do I want to look really good because I take D-ball? You know what I mean? Like it's like choose your fucking addiction and just stick with it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't see a. I'm gonna do it, and if anybody eventually wants to get on my program, we're gonna scratch this. Don't go listen to this live feed from fact checking, and I'm just gonna. I got it naturally.
If you shoot me 10% of the proceeds, I'll delete this live feed
Oh
so there's no
God.
evidence of it.
You know what the problem is though? If I did do it naturally, now anybody can say whatever they want.
Yeah, that's another thing too. They'll just be like, you're taking something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
but
Yeah.
but the
10 years ago, you said this. Yeah.
right. But I mean, it's just like I heard Best was talking about Randall. He went on. I think he's just on Ozempic. But I mean, he said he lost like 100 pounds. He's eating right. He's exercising. He's walking. I'm like, good for Randall, dude. Like, fuck it. And unlike TC Boggs, he didn't rip his fucking guts out. He can just stop taking Ozempic when he loses the weight.
Yeah. You don't fuck with TC, do you?
I used to, but then like the more I listened to him, it was like the more I realized he was kind of fucking arrogant. And then he went and got the stomach surgery, and he lost a bunch of weight, and now he calls everybody that he used to be fatter than fat. But it's like, and he hasn't learned anything, because there's still times where he'll be eating like a Snickers bar or a pizza or a Whopper.
Dude, I want
and
a Snickers bar. Wow.
I know I shouldn't have said that, but it's like you're talking all this shit about people, and it's like the only reason you're not fat anymore is because you can't eat 10 Whoppers, you can only eat one. But you didn't fucking learn anything. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm using retatrutide to lose weight, but you see my fucking diet. I'm eating tuna and rice and chicken and rice and fucking yogurt with protein powder in it and shit. Like, I'm learning, relearning good dietary habits. Honestly, the retatrutide is so powerful, I could just fucking eat McDonald's every day and still lose the weight. But I'm trying to take a little bit of responsibility, you know what I mean? And it's like...
Yeah.
And I'm honest. I don't lie. Like, if you ask me, like, Josh, you lost all that weight because you were taking chemicals. Yeah, you're damn right I did, and you should too. I'm not going to lie to you. You know, it is what it is. But, I mean, the shit works. It really fucking works. And it's like, people should try it to, like, better themselves. Like, why not?
I don't see a problem with it. I'm not against, like, how, like, women go and get their body done. I'm not against that either. Like, do what makes you happy, however you want to look. I prefer natural women, but I also like the bimbo look. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the fucking fake as hell woman. I like that too. But I prefer the natural woman that is still just sexy.
I like the appearance of a trashy lady, but I wouldn't want to date one.
I would date one. I would date one. Because I don't care.
I've been in that position before, and it's fun during the quote unquote fun times, but all the rest of the time it sucks. Like
when she's out at night, you don't know what she's doing. She's probably fucking somebody. And,
exactly. When she's not rocking your world, somebody else is probably rocking. You know what I mean? So it's just no. And then it's like, what do you have outside of that besides the look and the fun? There's nothing, like, you're not going to have a deep conversation with this person.
No.
You know what I mean? And it's like, they're not going to support you. They want to be supported. It's like, it's all one-sided. You're just
even
getting
though they have more money than you. They have, like, that's another thing. Like, if you're going to be a whore, you might as well, like, support my dreams. Like, yeah, go get that money, and we need to build this fleet. Things need to get worked on,
So you never heard of Thor Outcast, have you?
Black Thor?
No, not Thor L. Falcon. Thor Outcast is this, like, 6'8", nation-looking, he's like a Viking guy. So his real name, I think, is Eric, but he goes by Thor on YouTube. And he was, like, cool for a while, but he had this white supremacist flag in his garage, and I called him on it. And he was like, no, it's because I'm Norse. That's the Eye of Odin. I'm like, no, it's not, dude. It's a fucking white supremacist flag. What are you talking about? And then he held up this book, and he's like, I can't remember what the book was. It was like the tenets of something. No, that would have been too obvious. But it was like some book written by a British guy in the 90s who was a known white supremacist. And he's like, no, look, it's all in this book. And I'm like, you're not helping your case, motherfucker. That's a book written by a fucking white supremacist. And it's just, I don't know. Like, he ended up going off of YouTube, but that's what he did. His wife had an OnlyFans. Yeah. And, like, he's driving around in fucking Aston Martins and shit. And all these, H2 Hummers and all this shit, H1 Hummers and shit. And it's like, it was all fucking, it was all OnlyFans money.
Hey, but did he act like it was him?
He told us in the drama community, go subscribe to her OnlyFans. He, like, advertised it.
Okay, but so he didn't act like it was him getting to Aston Martin or anything. It was because of her.
No, he was just like straight up. He's like, all you guys beating your meat is the reason why I have this Corvette in my garage.
I gotta respect it, I guess. Like, it is what it is. I Can't hate on the hustle, you know.
Oh shit. Bill, you better
Even if I
not
don't
blow this
agree
shit
with
up
it.
if I let you in here.
Who's that, Joey?
Yeah.
Getting ready to playing porn.
What up, Joey?
What's up, Joey?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Oh shit. I got blamed for Shop P's little dick getting posted on the fucking thing, and I was like, how dare you? How dare you, Trip? Blame me for that fucking little penis.
Why are you always fighting with shop fees? He doesn't bother anybody. He's just gay. He's just weird.
Well, at first I said it was I said it was GW, but then somebody was like, no, that's, I forget who it was. It was like, no, that was Joey's dick. And then yeah, so we talked about it.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. They said that there. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's easy to blame you. You know, you can blame me for
Who's
everything.
just like, no, nah. That motherfucker. That was sad. I saw that picture. I said that motherfucker need to go see a doctor about that. That's like, Nah.
Whoever that was, if you reach out to me, I have a contact for human growth hormone. We can probably fix that for you.
You think so? That would work like that? I don't know, man. You're like,
No,
worth the shot.
I mean, it's worth a shot because I know human growth hormone, when those guys abuse it, everything grows, their hands, their feet, their heads, like, so maybe you get a couple extra inches, who knows?
What do they got to lose, honestly?
no, that was bad. It was bad.
It was bad.
And so if that is shop fees, I feel sorry for you because that's not going to work in the straight or the gay community. So just saying.
Damn.
The sad thing is like, so there's two levels of confidence, right? It's like either your dick is so huge that you don't care who sees it, or your dick is so tiny that there's nothing else to be embarrassed about, so you don't care who sees it. So, and Shop Fees is super fucking confident. So I'm just saying, there's a chance.
Oh my god!
It's everybody in the middle are the people who are like shy. You know, like 5 to 7 inches. They're like, oh, I'm not going to show you my dick. No way, that's weird. But then it's like some dude who's like got a holster because his dick goes halfway down his leg. He doesn't give a fuck who sees it. And then some guy who's basically got an acorn glued to the bottom of his body. He's like, oh, it's all right. I know it's small. Laugh all you want. I don't care. You know, it's like they just don't give a fuck anymore. So I don't know.
I thought it was GW because Shop Fees has the same pillowcases and everything as GW. That fucking light blue shit.
Yeah, but GW has 2 Prince Alberts in his fucking split dick, supposedly, so.
Yeah. You know what I realize on this community? We know way too much about each other.
Exactly, yeah. Too much.
Like.
Yeah, exactly. There's too many dick pics floating around, so. And the fact that there's people that have the JF Trucker video in their phone is disturbing. Every time I see that stupid picture where he's in the hotel in the black fucking fishnet thong or whatever, I'm just like, why do you guys still have that on your phone? Like, why do we keep sharing that? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I forget who it was. Somebody is arguing with who was it? Willie trying to say that Elite was in a thong. Like a lady's dress or something like that. I'm like, no, there's no proof of that.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, he did do that.
Oh shit!
he was wearing a dress, and I think he was at his house. I'm not sure, but he was wearing a dress, and he was laying on the bed with his head in his hands, and he was like kicking his feet, like he had clothes on underneath, like he wasn't just wearing the dress.
Yeah, it didn't look like him to me, though. It looked like just some bald guy, you know, like, damn.
I don't know. I didn't see the original. I just heard the stories, but like, and then he's such a bullshitter. It's like you don't know if it's true or not, because like if people would be like, "Oh, remember when you were in that dress?" and he'll say some shit like, "Yeah, I regret it every day," and I'm like, "Is he serious or is he talking shit?" Like you can't tell.
So everybody I've talked to has said what you just said. I heard about it. I never saw it. So the picture
I never saw it either.
The picture I saw doesn't look like Elite at all. Like,
Right.
you know.
And
So,
I mean, anything that comes to Willie will just blatantly make shit up. Like
yeah.
he made up this whole story about how Elite was like a child molester and like his daughter was
Yeah.
selling drugs out of his house and shit. And it's like
Yeah.
no proof at all, nothing, just talking out of his ass. And then I was on a live feed. I think it was with Ghostface when he used to be around, and Willie was on there. And he's like, yeah, shut up, Josh. Your fucking wife's a crackhead. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, Willie, your wife is the only one on camera with a crack pipe. And he's like, no, no, she's not. Prove it. And I'm like, I don't have to, dude. The picture's everywhere. What are you talking about, you fucking psycho? Like, he just makes shit up blatantly with no proof.
Oh my God, the best was when you said, "Yeah, Joey, yeah, nice AI, but this is your real life." I got real life. You got AI. I was like, "Oh damn." Oh my God.
That was a pretty good burn,
Come
too.
back from that one. Yes.
Yeah. That was a rough one. People liked that one. I just said it in the moment. I didn't even plan it, and then a bunch of people laughed about it, and I was like, oh, yeah, that was a pretty good one, I guess. Sometimes I got some zingers.
Damn.
Fucking Willie's crazy, though.
So how you
Willie's
doing over
a
there,
nut job.
Joey?
I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain.
You been working out
my
those
phone
issues?
broke.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, fucking it broke, and I had to like go get it fixed. And so this load I could have delivered it Friday. My phone.
You're balling. You just got to buy a new one. Get it fixed.
I know. Well, what happened was fucking. We got to this place, this TQL load. It was like driver's assist, and by driver's assist means unload 30 pallets with a fucking hand jack to the end of the trailer, which is it's fine, but it just took forever. And my phone.
And you had Ashley do that, right? You made sure that
Yeah,
she's
right.
the student. She's a student.
Yeah, it's
so
important. It's important that she learns every aspect of the job.
Yeah,
so
yeah, we would have still been there. No.
Yeah.
No. It was downtown, Old Town San Diego too. Like it was already in a shitty spot. I don't know if you've ever been that way, but
yep.
Every fucking one-way street, and it was like there's a place for airplane where it was for airplane food because they had these little carts, gourmet something it was called.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, Big Country, you should have had him on that load because he needs to work out.
Him and his fucking swollen ass edema hands breathing all.
I haven't watched this video since he got the haircut, so I don't know what's going on. But he looks like a hell of a lot younger.
Same shit, dude. Just excuses for everything. Guys, I'm not gonna do videos every day because it's just I'm too tired. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, I had DoorDash bring me some Jack in the Box. You guys know I love Jack in the Box. Like, goddamn, dude. At least when you stop at Pilot, you have to get out of the truck. You know damn well he had that DoorDash climb up on the fucking side of the truck and hand him the food.
Oh, yeah.
It's expensive.
Joey, somebody told me you're not Italian, that you're Argentinian, which is almost the same thing, but, you know. What's up with that?
No, what I said, this was like 7 years ago.
Argentinians, Portuguese or something.
What I told him, because I was Ubering at the time, I said I picked up a guy from Argentina and he was speaking Italian. And I was like, oh, wow. That
happens often. I know a couple.
Yeah, there's like a section, and he was Italian. I guess his grandparents came from Italy, but, you know, in Argentina. And I was just telling them in NFG, this like years ago, I was like, yeah, there's a lot of Italians in fucking Argentina. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. One of my best friends. That's
because Mussolini's people went there after World War II.
Yeah, I always thought he was Italian, but he was actually from Argentina. And like, he had an accent and everything. I always thought he was Italian, but he was actually Argentinian. And I had no, he was Argentine, I guess. But I had no clue. I was like, oh, I didn't know it until I was an adult. You know, and like, damn. Yeah. So you're actually Italian. Okay. I'm about to say
Italian American, I guess. I'm like third generation, so
it's still the same thing.
I found out through a DNA test that I'm 1% Anasazi Jewish. So B Feline better be sending me some fucking money.
Well, I mean, you could get
Nice.
reparations, right? Is that how that works?
Exactly. I don't know, but
Good.
yeah, I need to start fucking complaining. I'm tired of people being so racist against my people that I'm only 1% of.
1%.
Right, exactly.
Like, I'm pretty sure, like,
You
if
gotta
you
be
take
like-
the darkest African, you'll still have 1% of something outside of Africa.
Yep. Yep.
No, I've been trying to do
I'm just
more
the
of these team
typical
loads,
Heinz
but
57, like
it's like
more. Yeah, you guys should be doing fucking team loads, or at least super
that's
team,
what I've been trying
the super
to.
single loads. Like,
The 700, 800 mile loads for the next day.
Yep.
yep,
I've been seeing more
those
on
are
the board.
perfect.
Like this one, we could have delivered Friday, but I got fucked up and I had to get my phone fixed, and I was just like,
Okay, so what happened with the phone? Like, you keep mentioning the phone. Did she throw your
You
phone?
ran it.
no, she didn't throw it. I had it on the seat because I was unloading the truck, and I'm like, give me them papers, and I was going in and out of the truck, and I put it like on the step, like, you know, like where your front seat is, you know, you're like right there on that little step thing, and Ashley had got into it and crushed the phone. I was pissed.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, you broke my phone. I just bought that motherfucker. But anyway, and you do everything on your phone, right? Book all the loads on the phone, fucking everything on your phone. So try to get it fixed. But no, I've been seeing more team loads now, and I don't know if it's because they're cracking down on these like 2 log books and shit. Because I know this
week,
just
yeah,
switched their
supposedly.
logs.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And they're like strict ones. I know the mail's strict. Like, you got to be a real team. They got you both got to go inside.
I was supposed to do a load. I was supposed
family in Texas.
I was supposed to do a load from like Boston to fucking what you call it. So I go and pick up the first one, right? I had to pick up 2 spots, like one in Springfield, one in Boston. Go to Boston, pick up. They don't say shit. Go to the other one. They're like, oh, where's the other guy? I'm like, oh, he's taking a shower. Like, no. He needs to be here. I'm like, look, I already got the rest of the mail. They're like, yeah, you can't take our mail. And then I had to bring back the mail to the first place. Then they had like this fucking Surgeon General or whatever, the fucking mail, come out and fucking do this whole investigation. Police were there talking to me, you know?
Damn.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
No,
and just because that guy that killed those people in Texas was hauling mail. That's all.
Okay.
You know, they're cracking down on it.
This was in the wintertime, yeah, so maybe, it was probably around that time that they were just cracking down on it. You know, because, like, I never had a problem elsewhere, you know? And, but I did see this recently, what they're doing. You know, all the cameras on the side of the roads that the DOT has been, I guess, somehow through the algorithm of AI, getting your license plate number, and they can say, okay, you say you're off duty here? Well, this camera shows you driving. And, like, it's crazy.
They've had that for years, I thought.
Oh, I don't know. I just seen them recently doing. I've never had that problem. I'm just saying, like, it looks like they're getting more into it. Maybe each state is sharing that.
They got one guy, and I don't want to say who it is. I don't know, because he's not really on YouTube, but he was in Zello. They got one guy on the East Coast that they got him AI.
Oh, you breaking up, bro. That's him, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm in fucking Arizona.
Oh, I can hear you perfectly. Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, not him. They got somebody on the cell phone AI shit? That camera that hangs
his phone while
over?
driving.
Ooh.
Yep.
Now, is it touching your phone or holding the phone?
I'm not sure. He wasn't clear. I mean, maybe he was holding it. He was just trying to lie and be like, "Oh, they're picking on me. I was just touching it." I don't know. Because all the laws say hands free. They don't say no touching.
Right,
So
because
like
even
you
at
have
like
to
the
touch your
Hirschbach, they
phone.
let you. The Hirschbach let you swipe even with their stupid fucking camera. You're just gonna be like looking at it, swiping. But you could do one
Yeah,
finger touching, and that's not a
right.
mega. So I assume that's what the law actually is. But those ones that you like, you can see those fuckers hanging over the highway from like 2 miles away. They're big and orange. You can't.
Yeah, they're fucking pretty prominent. Uh,
That's
yep,
fucking nuts, though.
it's all part of the fucking conglomerate of mega carriers that want to shut out all the little guys.
That's all it is. There was like 10 ELDs that
Wait!
the
Whoa! Whoa!
FMCSA
Whoa!
shut
Whoa! Whoa!
down.
Whoa! 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 Joe, you got the baby with you?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
God, everybody
That's
with
what's
this
up.
goddamn baby.
Did you see the
Oh, I
conditions that the
just.
baby was staying in Illinois? I'd rather have the baby in the
Yeah, we
truck.
had her
That's
mom's
what I
Unless,
said to
fucking
him
unless,
last
medicine or
time.
something.
unless I'm mad at Joey later, in which case I'm going to retract that statement and be like, "Why do you got
Yeah.
a baby on the truck?" So
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
we're not. I mean, she's not staying on the truck. We have to wait till
You have to do what you got to
her
do,
dad
right?
comes
We get
back.
it.
Yeah, just I couldn't do this like permanently full time. It's just too much work. But it's for now, yeah, because her mom's like hallucinating and not taking her medicine, and I'm like, no, she's not. We're not leaving the baby here. And her
Wow.
godfather started working, and her dad's on vacation and stuff, and so when he gets back, we're gonna have to work something out. I'm like, so, I'm like, but yeah, I'm like, your mama
I
can't
tried
watch this
to.
baby. I'm like,
Dude,
I don't know how everybody hears it.
that should
Yeah,
be
they
the
were going
husband,
on
the
about
provider.
Jello with it. That's what
The
I said.
baby.
Just stay at home, but I don't know.
I
I
tried to
just hear
take
this
my
like,
daughter on the truck, and she didn't want to have anything to do with it. She was like, "Hell no."
They're good for about a week and a half.
oh my god,
I
you gotta be
brought her.
lucky.
I brought her in the cab, and like, she likes buttons and shit. So she was like, for the first couple seconds, she was like, "Whoa!" She was like checking out the dash, and then I could see like the look on her face where she's like, "Fuck this! I don't want to be here." And so I grabbed her out of there before she started crying. But I was like, "Nah, she ain't gonna," because like sometimes me and I pick up in Nogales. It's only an hour from Tucson, so like I'll take my wife with me to Nogales. Her in the dock, we'll go have lunch, whatever, and I'll pick up regular, take her drop off, and we were gonna.
Yeah, Josh is gone again.
Josh is going through them hills.
What is that sound?
It's a
Is
baby
that the
toy.
baby? The baby toy? Yeah. Joey's probably pulling out his fucking hair right now.
It's going.
Yeah, it sounds like a
Lady at
bird.
the. Oh, it's sounds worse than you should hear it when you're sitting here. Now the lady at the
I'm
hair
good.
salon, I went and got my hair cut after watching an old country video. I'm like, I need to go get my hair cut too. Damn it!
Ah, that's funny as fuck. Yo, he looks like 15 years younger. He looks like a normal person. I mean, besides the eye and shit. Well, I haven't watched any videos. I just see the pictures.
Where'd Josh go?
And he
must have
fell off
lost
the
his
face of the
service.
earth. Yeah. Maybe his phone died. Yeah.
You see that kamikaze guy, your boy Lance?
Oh God, what about him? What happened to Lance?
I guess he paid the truck off, and they sent it
Yeah.
to the auction.
Yeah, I seen that a while ago. And he's like, I got it back in a post. He made a post saying he got it back. No video, no nothing.
No, he did not get it back.
Yeah, he didn't get that fucking truck back. No way.
They paid the truck off, and they sent it to the auction. They're like, we're getting
Yo.
it back for you.
Yo, he still owed money on the fucking the what's that shit called? The APU.
Yeah, 500 a month for an APU. It's crazy.
Oh my god, man. That guy that's a crackhead right there.
Yes.
That's a 100% crackhead. Um I know you said he's my boy, but he's your boy's boy too. Right? Him and Cam
Oh yeah.
had a
Yeah.
war for like a whole year.
He just made a
Yeah.
video about him, and he like responded to the
Oh, God.
Kamikaze or Lance's video
Yeah.
because he was pushing that lease.
You know that motherfucker went to Serbia to try and get a Serbian wife?
Why?
Oh, because, I mean, they're hot, you know? So it's like.
I guess that seems
Yeah,
kind
he
of
went.
far though.
Well, then he went to the. What's that other place? The Philippines after that. So.
Filipino women have never. Well, I don't know. It depends on the Filipino women. The ones that's over here that don't look Asian, but the ones that's there look. I don't know. They don't do it.
You don't.
Never
You,
do.
you don't like. You don't like the Asians.
I don't like the Asian look things. But the ones that where they look like they're mixed or something, they don't look bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it's almost questionable. Like, nah, you're like a red bone or something. You're not really Filipino. But you can't really tell. Like,
Yeah.
light skin. But you can't tell if
Yeah.
they're Filipino. I don't know what those are called.
Well, I like them, but I'm not necessarily like I don't. Maybe one day I'll have. Okay, I'm gonna put it out on fact checking channel here. I think one day I want to keep spreading my seed and have babies all over the world. You know, and then when they become somebody, I'll
Oh
just come
God.
back into their life and be like, yeah, I'm glad that I was always watching you, kid. I look at all these paper news clippings I have of you in your boxing career or something like that. You know, when
That
they're
only works
millionaires.
in the movies.
Oh, yeah. But anyways, so yeah, that's what I maybe one day, like, but right now I don't see that fucking happening. I'm more into the Latinas anyway, like the Colombians and shit like that. I'm more into that. So the Asians, I like them, but it's you have to have the money to be able to like live there because I'm not trying to like go there for a week. It takes fucking 2 days to travel there, so it's like it's not worth it. But
That's
Lance
true.
went
Yeah, you're
there.
on that long airplane ride.
Yeah, Lance went there and he went to Serbia.
He was probably trying to get his title.
Oh wow, Alex Mimic over there in Serbia trying to get the title.
Yeah,
No,
he's probably
they
like,
they fucking tied him up and shit over there. Yeah, I don't know. That guy's crazy, and he makes Florida look bad. Why are all the crazies in Florida and I'm in Florida? So it's like, god damn, kamikaze. You ever watch? He doesn't even know his own name. He's like, yo, this is KDP. He doesn't even know his own name. It's funny as fuck.
I know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now there is some crazy shit happens in Florida and Texas. I feel like it's always the Florida and Texans. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That Lance with that fucking he was pushing that lease hard. Like
I think I'm back.
there you go.
Fucking stupid. Like, I don't know how I have worse internet by a city than I do in the middle of nowhere. Like,
You might have it set up to always
I'm like,
switch.
damn. How people don't make money and then start getting checks that were like,
Now, did you go to Super Ego because of Kamikaze?
did we lose him or did I lose you guys?
No, I think we lost him.
actually on there.
Yeah.
Because all I know is like I was like, if this motherfucker can make it, I can. No, you're back. You're here.
Am I in or am I? Can you guys hear me?
I can
Yeah,
hear
you're
you.
back. You're
Can you
back.
hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I was going through the hills of Yuma.
Oh
I
yeah,
just
there
went
ain't
over
shit
there because
out
I knew
there.
it'd be easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I'll go ahead and just Ashley just has to send her license, a picture of it front and back, and we're good. Yeah.
So basically, you went there just to stack some money, and you didn't worry about, oh, I need to get $2 a mile because you already know that's not going to happen in no super ego.
No, this is a weird thing. The gross to the truck was good. It was the deductions, and they were just like fantasy land. Like 1 week they would take out 2,000, 1 week they take out 600, 1 week they take out $4,000. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh
Like
wow.
you do a $12,000 week, and they would take out like 10,000. Like I don't
Why?
know. There was
What would be
no
the reasoning?
hey, shit. You pick one. One was like, oh, you went to the TA and they changed the mud flap. I'm like, no, I didn't. They're like, oh, that must. Oh, you know what? We have you mixed up with the other driver. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
And they never
Okay.
send you the money.
And they
Yeah.
never got to the bottom.
Yep.
Then they said, oh, are you sure? Wait, no, that was. Well, he's not here anymore. Let me get to the bottom. I'll fix this. Because they're all in Serbia doing your fucking payroll. Like
Yeah.
there's nobody to talk to.
Yep.
And like, what are you
Fuck
gonna do?
Serbia.
Quit? And they're like, oh, you're gonna
No.
quit? Okay.
No, I don't mean like fuck Serbia, like the actual. It's just the Serbia that is represented in this trucking industry at Super Ego. Like it's really bad. It's bad when you have other Serbians saying like, they're so fucking bad. That's
And
Those
it
bad.
sucks
Eastern
because they're
Europe,
not all that bad. Like they're not bad like that. All of them. It's just
Right.
yeah.
it's pretty wild too. Those Eastern Europeans are fucking crazy, dude. Like my boss and his brother, like the way they operate. So there was this guy. It was like a while back. He was another Josh, which was funny. He hired him on. He knew he was a scumbag, but they're just like whatever, like we give everybody a chance. And so he hired on. He was kind of a weird dude, whatever, but he drove the truck and he didn't wreck it. Well, he would like argue the miles every time they paid him. He'd be like, "Well, you said I drove 3,527 miles, but it's actually 3,529. It's like $1 something in difference or whatever." And so my old boss got pissed. He was like, "Oh, you're gonna sweat us over $1? That ain't even true." Because they don't fuck with people. They pay. So he was like, well, guess what? Here's $500, and you can go find another job. So he paid him $500 for 2 miles, and then fired him. I was like, God damn.
Oh wow.
He was just like, you're gonna sweat me for $1? You think I need $1, motherfucker?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's petty as fuck.
Yeah. And then like same thing, his quote unquote brother that's totally not his brother, Goran, with the face tattoo, looking like Mike Tyson. Some dude showed up in the office with a gun and like threatened him, and he was just like, "So your plan is to kill me and go to jail? So you go from paycheck to no money and no freedom?" He's like, "You're very smart." Like the guy, I was just like, God damn, dude, you're not even scared. And like these motherfuckers must have been like killing Muslims over in Chechnya or some shit. Like, why are they so calm with people threatening them?
Well, I mean, like how else are you supposed to diffuse that situation except explaining the reality of it? And it's like,
right,
and that is the reality. Like, I understand people getting mad, but it's like,
right, it's like you're going to throw your freedom away over a little bit of anger. But I mean, we like to joke that Goran always had an AK up each sleeve of his Adidas tracksuit. So
yeah,
he'd just whip them out like the guy from Django, that fucking little spring-loaded pistol, but they'd be AKs instead.
That's funny.
You come to the wrong Russian.
So the guy I fuck with now, there's been a couple incidents. Like last week, they deducted 100, but he doesn't know anything about it, or he did it. Now he does, right? And so before there was like $100 for a ticket, right? That came for that tire, right? They gave me a ticket for the tire, and like I was like, look, there's a trailer. I told you about it for a month, And it was like the middle of the night. He's like, "This is a fucking $100. You're mad about that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, the fuck, it's $100 to me, maybe to you or whatever. But it's the principle. It's kind of like when I was like, yo, you're calling me a liar or whatever, right? And it's like, it's the principle of the fact. Like, it's not about the $100. Is that your team is responsible for this $100, so they need to pay it, not me." And he sent me the $100. You know,
I
but
did
like,
my boss something similar because when the clutch went out on my truck that I have now, I was like bitching about it, because it's like $6,000 of bullshit. That's a lot of fucking money. I don't care how much money you make. That's a lot of money. And he's like, Josh, that's like 1.8, like 1.2 loads, Josh. I mean, what the fuck, dude? And I'm like, yeah, I don't have a fleet of trucks, dude. Like, and he like, I was like, that I got to do all that with one truck. And he kind of finally realized, I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like, it's easy for you making millions with your multiple businesses and shit. I'm one guy, dude. Like $6,000 a lot. He's like, oh yeah.
It is a fucking lot. But it's also more than just. It's like if they are in the wrong, it's like you have to stand up for yourself again, and don't yell, because like that's gets you fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
Like me and that guy, we joke. Me and the owner of this company, we joke. If there's a discrepancy, you know what I mean? Like, what am I gonna do? Yell at him? Like, why? He has 50 trucks. I did the math on that, on just minimum. Like he's pulling in mills. Like he's not worried about my $100 the same way.
The easiest way to look at it is if it's dry van or reefer, they're probably averaging about 35,000 a month. So 35,000 times 12 times the time. No, that's just gross.
Oh, yeah. So 30,000 times 50 trucks is what? 1.5?
It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot. I don't know. I can't do math like that in my head, but I know for me, like at 35,000 a month, that's like a little over $360,000 a year gross with one truck. So you figure if you have 50 fucking trucks times 360,000, it's like, that's not all profit. You got to pay your insurance, your fuel,
of course,
all that bullshit. But that's still a fuckload of money, dude.
Yeah, they're making M's. Profit. They're profiting M's.
I don't know what his whole name is. I just know him as Ted, and he's got those fake white fucking. He's got those fake, like, super ultra white veneer teeth, like just they're like shockingly white. Yeah. And he's another Romanian guy. This dude makes $10 to $12 million a month. A month.
Damn. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like you don't know what these guys are doing. They have so much fucking money moving everywhere.
What are they doing? Like, they're doing shit on the side too, because like
it's multiple businesses. Like my old boss, he has a reefer division, he has a dry van division, then he has a home improvement business, so he owns like a construction company. He has an auto body repair shop. Him and his brother own a bunch of old folks' homes. Like they got shit everywhere. They don't just have trucking. And then they're rubbing elbows with like rich people. Like his girlfriend right now used to be a lawyer. There's pictures of her in the White House with Trump because of what's her name, of Ivanka or whatever, because they're all Eastern European ladies, so they all like know each other. And this dude knows that Jewish guy who invented that nail polish gel that women use. So this dude's like a multi-billionaire who lives in Scottsdale, and this guy just casually hangs out with him. Like, they're just a whole nother level of money. And they'll just talk to me on the phone like we're friends. I'm like, holy shit, I like made it.
We're on the internet arguing with a child molester and a child pedophile.
Right. And meanwhile, these guys are fucking raking in millions.
Yeah. That's why like I want to disappear, because it's like, like we are actually very close to achieving. If you have the right mindset, you're very close to achieving that. You just need the right momentum.
I'll have it. I told him. He said, he told me, he's like, Josh, what do you want? And I said, I just want to have a couple trucks, dude, so I can stay home, be with my family, but still have income. And he's like, He's like, Josh, it will be very hard. I will not lie to you. I don't lie you this. But if you do what I tell you and you don't put your ear to anyone else, I promise you, you will be very successful. And I
But
said,
doesn't
okay.
it sound like bullshit though? Because it's like it's okay. So the guy that owns this company, he's like 30, right? And he's already at this position. Now I met
Right.
his father. His father owns like he's actually not Serbian. The guy out there, he's from like Montenegro, right? And
Yeah.
but he deals with Serbians. They're all the same, right? They're all in this together.
Yep.
And his dad owns like casinos and shit like out there, and it's like, okay, well, did you drive the truck for 2, 3 years and grow your shit? You know what I mean? Like, how did it just explode at a certain point? Like, what did you do? And that's the thing. He's like, just drive the truck for now. And he talks to me like, semi-regular, but it's like, okay, when are you going to give me the secret, motherfucker?
That's how my boss was, man. It was crazy. He came over when he was a teenager with his parents, and he went to like Job Corps, learned to be a plumber and like all this shit. Then he was a sheriff's deputy for a while, and then one day he just decided to buy a truck. He taught himself to drive, watching YouTube videos. He bought a truck. He hired a guy to drive with him on his first load to kind of make sure he's doing everything right, and then he's been trucking ever since. Just out of the blue, just one day he's like, I start business now, and like it just takes off, and I'm like, why the fuck doesn't that work for me? You know what I mean? Like, I wake up every day like, I'm gonna be fucking rich, and the universe is like, well, good luck with that. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are they doing different? You know, and it's like he's not full of shit. What were you gonna say?
Don't you get scared? Like, I thought about that. You get a second truck. Like, who do you put in the truck?
That's what
internet.
No,
like, how do you do it?
no, I'm not. Dude, watching my boss go, because I watch the people he hires, and I watch the shit. Like, dude, there was a guy when he had the hood trucks. He sold all of them now, and I wrecked the fucking classic one up there in Wisconsin when that guy ran into me. But when he had the hood trucks, some dude he hired, just took off in one of the trucks on a load, and he was doing like 100-something miles an hour in New Mexico, and he wouldn't answer his phone. He had to call the cops on him and be like, he's my driver, but he won't fucking stop. He's going like 120 miles an hour, and he's not answering his phone. So he basically snitched on his own driver. They went and hunted him down outside of Albuquerque, and he was high as fuck in the truck. He hired this guy who was a fucking Hell's Angel. And like 2 weeks after he started working there, he got shot in a drug deal in Tucson.
Wow.
Oh my god.
And he's dead now. Like, it's just like, it's fucking wild, dude.
Okay,
So I'm just like,
who do you hire? Like, these are the things, like, I think that the Eastern Europeans, like, they have like an annual meeting for trucking. And they're like,
they do.
Okay.
They do.
Like we are sharing this, because like, if you want to get a tire fix and one of them's near there, you're going to Eastern European. They have like a crazy like I guess they would pay like maybe a 1% or 2% to whoever, like Alex Mimich, what I would assume, right, the Super Ego owner, and he gives out all the information, like the black book of fucking where to truck in America.
Exactly. They all work together, man. They're all interchanged.
But they're not going to give us the fucking keys.
No, they don't. Because I was going to say, like, I'll be in the yard that they all rent space from. Every motherfucker in there is a Romanian or something close to Romania. Because that's what my boss is Romanian.
Yeah, and they're pulling up in $150,000, $200,000 cars.
Well, they'll walk up to me, and I'm white and kind of ambiguous. You don't really know what I am, and they're like, "Oh, are you also Romanian?" And part of me is like, I should just be like, "Yes, friend, I am also Romanian," and just like, fucking get into the club and just lie. But it's like, as soon as I'm like, "Oh no, I'm not Romanian," they're like, "Oh," and then like they kind of like, they're nice to me because I work for. No, they're nice to me because I work for their friend, but I could tell I'm not in the exclusive club.
Now, the owner of this company, he's like introduced me to some of his friends, and I've rode with him on some side missions and stuff like that. But he's not going to give me the whole secrets. I haven't even been here a full year yet. I'm coming up, but it's like, when do I get the next step? He's like, soon. Okay, when, motherfucker? So lately, I just like kind of went quiet.
Like, boss, just shut up and listen to him because he's gonna take care of you. I don't even question my boss anymore when he would tell me shit. Like there was times he'd be like, "Josh, I need your help," and I'm like, "I'm fucking going home, motherfucker. I just got back." He's like, "No, quickly," and I'd get in the truck with him. We'd drive somewhere. He would yell at another guy in his language. Oh, it's your fault. You're going, hey, and then he'd look at me and he's like, "Okay, we go in the back," and then like we get a bunch of fucking parts. And I'm just like, are we stealing from like a warehouse? Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like,
it doesn't matter,
right? It's just like I just do it, and it's like it's always a benefit to me, you know. So
yeah.
And then like we joke all the time. Like he told me he would bribe brokers back in the day to get in good with them. Like that's how we have all the loads that we have.
Yeah.
And he trusts me, so he'll randomly send me like 10 fucking comm checks and be like, hey, cash these for me, because he's too lazy to leave the office. So I'll go cash like several thousand, $5,000-$6,000 worth of comm checks, and I'll just be riding around with it. Probably shouldn't say that on the internet, but I'll bring it back to him, and I'll always tell him some shit. I'll be like, hey man, I know this guy is pretty wise. He told me if you bribe the brokers, they'll give you better loads, and I'll like hand him the cash, and he'll just laugh because he's my broker.
Yeah.
So it's like, we'll just fuck around like that and shit. But it's like, he's a cool guy, man. Like he's dead. He's like, whatever you want to do, man. If you listen to me, I promise you're gonna get it. And he's been right so far.
So, what do you think? I should stop arguing so much, or what? Because I argue with the dispatch guy all the time.
If you're getting fucked, obviously, like stand up for yourself. But if you're wondering, like, if he, like, my boss is like this, he's like a flake, dude. He's always busy. He'll be like, Josh, I'm going to give you 10,000 gold bars. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And then it's like, it'll be like months. And you're like, where are the fucking gold bars? And he's like, just trust me. You always trust me. And then so I'll stop asking. And then it's like, remember those gold bars I talked to you about 15 fucking years ago? And it's like, they'll just pull it out of the blue. So it's like, you just got to trust the process. As long as you're making money and they're not treating you like shit, just know that they didn't forget about you. It's just all those successful dudes, they're the most ADHD motherfuckers on the planet, man. They're so
also
fucking
dealing with a lot. Like you said, they have like an ADHD because they have so much going on.
You're always just busy.
Yeah. You're not in the crime organization at the top yet, and that's another thing. Like when do you get to go on the real missions? When are we gonna like shoot some shit up? Because I know that's happening in the background too. Like people are dying out here in this trucking industry somewhere in the background. What is going on? Because these guys are. I mean, just saying, they're all like fucking in their tracksuits and shit. Like something's going on.
Is the benefit to me is obvious. Like I'm not stupid. I know what I have to earn to be profitable. I know how to drive the truck. I know the good lanes that I like to run based on where I live. Like I know what I'm doing. But what I don't have is connections. I don't know brokers. I'm not friends with millionaires and billionaires and shit. So my truck breaks down. I could go somewhere and get it fixed, or I could text him and be like, hey man, I need this looked at. And he'll be like, I find you a guy. And I get a guy that does a bunch of work that would normally be like $2,000 for like $600.
Yeah. Well, also,
hey, I need a tire. I know a guy who'll sell you BF Goodrich for $100 when normally they're $500. It's like he just knows people.
So let's say you save up, right? And you expand to 2, 3, 4, 5 trucks. Do you keep it there? And just deal with it? Because like right now they're on top of the game. They have the ELD on lock. Like it doesn't matter how many they get. He told
me the deal we made. And I'm probably giving away too much here, but the deal we made is he'll sell me the truck for cheap. He's like, he just told me straight up, he's like, I don't fucking need the money, but I can't just give it to you. You understand? I said, yeah, I get it. Like, it's got to be business. So he sold me the truck for cheap. He probably could have got more out of it, but he gave me a killer deal. Right? So the only deal we had is I have to work under him for at least 2 years. But after that 2 years, I can go wherever the fuck I want. But
Yeah,
I'm,
but
you know,
why,
I do what
why
I
not
want. You know?
stay? Why not
But that's
stay
what I'm
and
gonna say.
run your other ones?
He told me straight up. He said, he's all, you're free to go whenever you work your 2 years. Like, but he's like, I guarantee you won't.
Yeah.
He's like, you're gonna stay here. And he's like, if you want to add other trucks, I'll just pay my dispatching fee. You can have them here, or you can do it yourself. It's up to you. But you see how hard I work to dispatch these trucks. Do you want to do that? You know, so it's like
Oh,
I probably won't go.
you guys don't have like individual dispatchers?
The dry van side does, but you know, the reefer side is a much smaller fleet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Him
I don't know
and
about reefer here.
him and his brother, they just do it together. There's only like 6 of us.
Yeah.
The dry van side is like those guys all have like, you know, there's like a dispatch department. They have an office. They have like an actual yard.
Yeah.
My side is like, you know, like my contact is him or his brother. Like I just call him on the phone.
Yeah.
So.
What are you looking to do, Joey?
Yeah, they definitely got some connections. Even with the e-logs, when like they shut the e-log down, like all those e-logs they shut down, and then they get these new e-logs, you'll get a phone call like a week later, like we are with third-party e-log department.
Yeah.
Right.
So like they got it on lock.
The e-log is on lock.
They do it, but
yeah. They just changed the name. They just changed the name and submit another one. And then they have like another at least 6 months before the government says anything.
It's the exact same fucking e-log that it was before.
Yeah.
They just changed the app icon on your phone.
Yeah.
They're like, remember how it was 365 e-log? Now it's 24/7 e-log and it's green instead of blue. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, they changed the color screen. And you know, this one, like the last one we had, I looked it up and see if it was like taken down, and it wasn't. So I think they're switching up ahead of time now. You know, like rotate them bitches.
It's possible.
So I don't know.
The whole way I got in with this guy is I was working for the dry van side. Like me and my ex-wife worked there. When I moved back to Arizona, I went there again. My friend, we were team driving together because he didn't have enough experience to get a better job. You know, he's working at Swift, making like $700 a week. I said, dude, you can make way more than that. I was like, come work with this Romanian guy. I said, hey, will you hire him? And he says, I can't. My insurance won't take him. And he said, but if I list him as a trainee and you run with them, he can work here until he has enough experience. I said, cool. So they got us a UPS thing. We were doing team UPS. Just to Chicago, back to Arizona, 3.5 days a week, 3.5 days off. Fucking sweet little gig. And as soon as he got his experience, I guess like he felt a certain type of way. I don't know. It's kind of like a blind side. Like he just kind of like, you know, they're like, hey, congratulations, man. You can drive a truck by yourself now. And he was like, I don't really fucking like you, Josh. Did you know that? You're kind of an asshole. And I was like, oh shit. Like, okay. I was just like, oh damn, you know. So we kind of went our separate ways, and I think he quit. I don't think he works for him anymore. But you know, but when we split, he went his own way, and they didn't have a truck for me. And I'm like, well, that's kind of fucked up. I was here before him, and then he was like, hey, have you ever done reefer? I said, yeah, I've done reefer a lot. I used to work for Cormark, and he was like, oh, cool. He's all, come over here and work over here. He's like, these trucks are non-governed. You know, they got fucking 18 speeds. They're all hood trucks and shit. You know, like it was like a whole, you know, he had his own little Hurricane Ghost fleet over there. And so I went over there, started working for them. And it's the same company. It's just, you know, a different side. You know, it's like a different thing. And then I kind of became friends with the dude. And that's how I ended up where I'm at now. You know, just running a truck for him. Under him, I should say. So I just lucked out, man. I just met the right people at the right time. And when the fucking fuel pump, like I said, it was a wild experience, dude. You have to understand. Oh, we lost Joey. You have to understand that I was poor as fuck growing up, dude. Like we were almost homeless. Like I didn't have shit. So I went from homelessness and poor to I'm driving around in a truck with two multimillionaires who are telling me how life works. It's fucking wild, dude. Like I never thought I would be where I am today.
Now, at what point you're like a little bit young? Because now you have my actual information. God damn it! So you got like my birthday and shit. Don't tell anybody, please. Um, at what
Did you
point
guys
do
know
you just pull the?
Did you guys know Tripp is 84 years old?
Yeah, that's not the truth. Yeah, I'm not old. I'm not old yet. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not like GW age or anything like that. I'm like 10 years younger. So, but anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, at what point is a man that a conscious human man that is focused like you are supposed to be step into those shoes of where they want to be? When is Josh supposed to be the multimillionaire?
Whenever it's supposed to happen is when it happens. I don't think you should set your shit like you should never be on anybody else's timeline. You know what I
So
mean?
Josh is already a multimillionaire as long as you're already there. You're just living that way, doing what you need to do day by day.
No, I wouldn't say that. I feel like that's
Okay.
kind of disingenuous. I'm definitely not a multimillionaire. I'm nowhere near there. But I have the opportunity in front of me, and it's up to me to take it. You know, like could someone that is a hustler who has more, or I should say less fear of risk, do what I want to do in the same position much faster? Probably. Are there people that could get in this position and fuck it up? Absolutely. But for me, I'm doing things at exactly the speed that I want to do, right? And it's like, for me, like, I don't know if it's because of my upbringing or what. It's just I've never been interested in material. I've been interested in comfort. I've never been the guy that's like, hey, check out my Bugatti and my Rolex. I've always been the guy where I'm like, yeah, I drive a Toyota, but I can fill the gas tank without looking at my account beforehand.
You're so see. I wish I had that problem because like I'm somebody that I accept my position, right? But I want more. But I'm the type of person that I know. Let's say I get the Bugatti and shit like that, right? I was talking to this with my one of my kids' moms the other day. Is that I don't think I will ever be materialized or materialistically satisfied ever. If I have everything,
I'm just not that person. My thing is the
yeah,
comfort of knowing that I never have to worry, dude. Like that's what I think. Like my comfort isn't like, wow, look at all this expensive shit I have. My comfort is like I'm driving down the road and my car blows up and I'm like, fuck, man, that's kind of mildly inconveniencing. I'm gonna have to fix that. But I don't have to worry because I know the money is always there. That's the
yeah,
comfort that I want for me and my family. Like I don't like, do I like nice things? Yeah, I like nice things. Like I could go
yeah,
get a Toyota Camry, but I'd buy the
yeah,
Lexus instead. You know, it's the same fucking car. It's a little more expensive with a little more
right,
like accoutrements on it or whatever. But it's like, it's just little stuff like that. I'm not going to overspend. Like for me, I've always been embarrassed to like buy expensive things when I don't actually live. Like I'm sure we've all seen the meme where it's like you live in a Section 8 apartment, but you got a
yeah,
Hellcat, or you got a $30,000 Rolex, but you live with your parents. I've always been afraid and embarrassed to be that guy. So it's like I refuse to allow myself to enjoy the finer things in life until I'm actually at a point where it makes sense for me to enjoy the finer things in life, if that makes sense.
yeah. So, like, but when is it okay? Like that's what I'm saying. So, like, when is it okay to like? Okay, so I'm somebody that likes that stuff, but I don't need that stuff, right? Like,
Right.
I like the new cars, I like the new Corvettes, I like all that shit, but I also like the old shit. So I'll be just as happy in 1995 Corvette as a new Corvette.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
not. You know what I'm trying to say. But
Gotcha.
when is it okay to be like, you know what, I do want more, and this is the move I'm going to make? Because like, what is the end goal? That's what I'm asking myself. Like, because let's say I get to 50 trucks, right?
It's subjective. It's subjective.
What's next?
Trip.
What's after that, though? What's after that? Like,
The
that's what I'm
thing
saying. I
is
don't think I'll be so satisfied. I don't think I'll be satisfied.
I mean, but there's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to crave more as long as you don't let it fucking consume you. That's like, you know how people always say like, money is the root of all evil, and it's like the actual saying is the love of money is the root of all evil. It's like you're allowed to chase wealth. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not evil for wanting more, but it's bad when it fucking fully consumes you, where it's like your wife is like, hey, you want to go on a vacation? No, I gotta work 2 more months because we can get a 5th truck. You know, it's like that's when it becomes a problem when you're
But
like.
that's where I feel like I'm at now. Like, I'm like, yo, I want to go on a vacation. I have pinched nerves. I'm like, I need a break, but I'm so close. I'm scared to stop. I'm scared to stop. I'm scared to not drive the truck. Because I've been, like you pointed out, I've been the guy that had problems because I wasn't driving the truck. That's why I say Coach needs to just shut the fuck up and drive the truck. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like,
But
that's
again,
the part
there's no correct answer. You know what I mean? Like your position is different from my position, is different from Joey's position, is different from Narc's position, is different from Coach's position. None of us are the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
None of us are on the same level. Not like, you know, superior or inferior levels, just
Right.
like we're not at the same place. We all have different goals and comfort levels and shit. You know, so it's all subjective. It's what's comfortable for you. Like if your health and your comfort is at risk, I would say, you know, fucking take a break, you know, because if you kill yourself, you're never going to make it to your goals.
That's true.
You know, like that's why I kind of took this time to like, I've never really focused on my health other than just like starving myself skinny every time my pants got tight. So that's why I'm on like this health kick, is because like, well, none of this success matters if I fucking die of a heart attack at 48.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just like you do have to fucking find that balance. But again, it goes back to what I said before, everything in moderation, including moderation. You know what I mean? Chase the money, but also take care of your health, but don't sacrifice the money for your health, but don't sacrifice your health for the money. You know, it's like it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. Exactly. So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. It's all subjective.
I don't know. See, like people talk about logistics and stuff like that. I just like the trucking itself because it seems like if you get to a certain position, right, you can do whatever you want in life. Having other people drive for you and stuff like that, and you don't have to know logistics. You don't have to know shit. You just book loads and fucking make it work under your whatever your budget is. You know, you have to make it work.
You don't even have to book loads. Look at Tiny. He pays a lady, I think he said 10% to just do his dispatching for him.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I think I would stay with the Russians. I'm not. That's why I was saying with the Prime shit with the A fleet. I'm not against that, but I just don't know how the numbers would work if you're paying on trucks. You know what I mean? But like I think I would stay here and just grow a fleet and just like, yo, take the money that whatever it costs, you know what I mean, and just fucking run it, like, you know. And I don't know. I don't need to have the carrier myself, like James has his own carrier. I don't need that per se.
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, you could take up Winzard on his offer if he's going to let you run under his numbers, like he said.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously that's more work because, you know, he's going to give you the numbers, but now you got to deal with the brokers and the dispatching.
Exactly.
You have to take care of everything yourself. But what he's offering you is not exactly. I mean, whatever works for you works for you. Winzard's deal is not bad. It's a very generous deal that he's offering you to do that. That's a lot of risk on him too, because if he
look it up.
Yeah, you could wreck your truck and kill someone and get him sued as the carrier. You know, so like that's a huge risk. So like that's very generous of him to offer that to you. But it's also, if it doesn't fit your comfort or your plan, it's like you also don't have to take it. It's not a bad thing to say no.
Yeah, that's why. Well, we talk about it every once in a while, but it's like I told him I don't want to go there worried about a fuel card. So I have to have all the money already together to operate. You know what I mean? I need to have my own breakdown money. I need to have everything already ready to go because I don't ever want to go to him.
Right.
Because his deal is just you're using my numbers basically. You know, I don't ever want to go to him and be like, yeah, you know what? I don't have money for this fuel filter. I need $14 Zelle to me.
I mean, it sounds like that's the deal anyway. Is he's just offering you the numbers, but he expects you to be your own person. Like he's not going to pay for your repairs and take it out of your check and shit, you know. And yeah, you're right, Crazy Rune. It's financial independence. It's that little bit of freedom, even if it's a lot of work. You know, it's still freedom for yourself and for your family. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I just have no patience. I don't have financial freedom and patience. I don't have patience for it. Like I'm like I need it now. It's like, you know, and I'm pretty sure everybody feels like that to a degree.
Oh yeah,
I'm just like
you always want it. You always want it right now. That's human nature. We're greedy by nature.
Well, I'm just scared I'm gonna die. Like my mom died. My mom died young. My dad not so young, but he still died young. And it's like, okay, like I'm already getting to the age where my mom died, and I'm like, fuck. I have nothing in my life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm just afraid. I think of.
I have this like this ideal. It's not necessarily like YOLO or where you're reckless, but it kind of is. Where it's just like you can't operate in fear forever. You know what I mean? Like you can't control. You can control what you do to protect yourself from death. Like don't jump out of airplanes and don't eat McDonald's so much. But at the end of the day, you can't control when you're going to die. You know, like it's not up to you. You know, it's like you can do minor little things, but it's like you just got to live as if you're not worried about it. You know, don't take unnecessary risks. But if you fucking live in fear of death, it's like now you're like setting yourself, you're regressing yourself for no fucking reason.
Yeah, and it makes me impatient. You know, because I fucking don't want to drive the truck forever. Like you seem to have been driving for as long as I have, right? Like 14, 15 years. And it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Aren't I supposed to be like successful? You know what I mean? Like, but there's so many people that are in a worse position.
Right. I was going to say comparison is the thief of joy. Like you don't need to worry about what other people have done in what time frame. You know what I mean? You only have to worry about what works for your time frame.
I didn't hear what you said. My internet went out for a second.
Oh, I said you don't have to worry about what other people do in different time frames. You only have to worry about what works for you, because comparison is the thief of joy.
Oh, I never heard that one. Yeah.
I learned that one
true.
from my wife. She's always got zingers, so.
Well, yeah, it's true because, like, I mean, at the macro scale, it's like on Instagram, you know, like, oh, this person has that person has this. Obviously, it could be fake or whatever, but it's like your mind is comparing yourself to that. Like, you're just because that 20-year-old is pumping $1 million on the internet and you're not, doesn't make them any better than you.
Everybody, like I said, everybody's goals are like my goals are going to be different from other people's, just like yours are. You know, you like material goods. You said so yourself. I don't like material goods because when I see material goods, everything that I buy is just something else that I have to work harder to continue paying for. Can I go buy a giant fucking mansion? Absolutely. But now I got to work my fucking ass off to pay for it. Can I buy an expensive ass car? Absolutely. But now I got to work to fucking pay for it. You know what I mean? It's like every time, like go to a used car lot and look at all these luxury vehicles that are parked there because some idiot bought it on his fucking tax return and then realized like, oh, this car seems super cool until I had to change the brakes and they're Brembos, so it's $5,000 an axle and I can't afford that. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want to fucking be in that position. I want to be like Crazy Rune said, I like that financial independence.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And it's just hard to.
everything you buy is not always an asset. You know what I mean? And even an asset, you have to continue to make it. You know, you have to continue to pay for it somehow.
Nightmare, dude. Like, always, they're old, number one. They're from the 60s and the 70s and shit. And, you know, it's broken neighborhood. Shit's just fucked up. And things break all the time and dealing with people. They just, I don't know. I did the rich dad, poor dad, and I was like, oh, I'm going to do this, you know, and it's just, it's not bad. Like, I'm not trying to talk it down, but I don't really have an end goal with, or end game with that. I don't see it ever ending. You know, like, I don't see it like building my wealth per se.
Right.
As I once did. I thought it was going to be, oh, I'm going to make, you know, like, let's say a lot rent is like $600, right? Well, you can only charge a poor person so much money, you know. So let's say it's $1,000. You're doing 400, but now you got to pay. You know, you got to have that money separated for other things, like insurance. A lot of these places you have to have insurance. For
And you have to be
reasons.
able to fix everything that's broken.
Yeah, and then you have a maintenance guy or a company, and then they just charge you a flat rate. So now you're down to $200. So let's say you do have 10 units or 9, whatever the fuck I said. That's only $2,000 a month, which is still a lot, but that's still not guaranteed because something like some of these buildings have old ass electric, right? And then you got to go get the pole. You had to get a new breaker box. I've had this happen. That's how I'm talking about. You had to get a new breaker box. Then you got to get the pole done, and that's fucking $13,000 more, way more than what the fucking unit cost to begin with.
Right.
So now you're stuck in it you got to be stuck in it for like another 5 years to create profit again. You know, and I don't know. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Exactly.
Don't do
exactly,
it, people.
Easy Rune. Exactly. You have he said having the money for the Bugatti, but the self-control to not fucking like give in to every little desire.
But at the same time, you're still gonna die. So do you go get the Bugatti? Do you go get it?
That's my boss's mentality. Is like, you know, he's like I work my fucking ass off. I'm gonna drive that fucking Ferrari. I don't need it, but he's like,
Yeah.
what's the point of hoarding all my wealth until I die? And I'm like, yeah, I get it, but you also can more than afford the Ferrari. You know, it's like you're
that's
not
like a thing. Yeah. So he, you know, what space are you able to, you know, change that? Because him, you know, he's doing like 10 million a year. You know what I mean? So like, what does that mean? You know, it's not the same.
On what you're comfortable with. You know, I've always been I want more than I need to spend before I'm comfortable spending. You know, if it costs $100, I'm not even going to look at it till I got $300. You know, that's what that
guy it's like the rich dad poor dad. It's like 10%. It's like 10%, and you have another asset paying for whatever the fuck you want. That's what it's like supposed to be. Yeah. I just got out the goddamn truck and didn't even look on the highway.
That's fucking crazy.
It could have just turned black. We don't know. And I would have been done.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. Thank the Lord that it didn't happen. The Lord. Yeah, man. So, I mean, I like working with the Russians. I have the utmost respect. Now, I don't like all the Russians, right? So, like Alex Mimic, he's the owner of Super Ego, like the ultimate boss of all bosses. He's the guy that went from $0 to billions. He runs all of Serbia, you know? So, But what is this funding at the same time? Like, there's still more going on in the background that you have no clue. Or should we just, as Americans, not worry about it at all and just play our part?
Well, I've said it before, and I'll stand on it forever. Like if Americans acted like immigrant groups, we'd also be as successful. You know, like when they all come here and then crowdfund everything. You know, the Somalis all pool their money and build something. The Indians all pool their money and buy everything. The Russians pool their money and buy everything. You know, if we did that with each other, trusted each other, and built something as a group, we could do the same thing. It's just Americans are independent. They don't have that herd mentality. Each person has their own pride and ego, and they want to do things on their own.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like, you know, if we were Indians, there'd be a caste system. Like if you're the Brahmin and I'm one of the like lower classes, you'd be like, hey, Josh, I'm a Brahmin. You're lower than me. Give me all your money. I'm going to buy a hotel. And then you and your family are going to live in it and run it and take a cut of the profits. I'd just be like, okay, here's all my money. I'm not going to question it because it's just cultural that I'm going to listen to you because you're the highest caste.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, of course they're successful. They're fucking crowdfunding everything. And nobody questions it because they're all loyal to each other. But we're not loyal to each other. We're all individuals. You know, yeah, obviously.
Does the owner of the company have like his own shop and everything?
No, he pays a guy, but the guy that he pays is like he rents yard space to have his shop in the yard that our trucks are parked at. So like,
Right.
he technically is like, he's dependent on keeping my old boss happy or he loses his yard space. So
Oh shit. Now, the reason why I asked that is because the guy over here, whenever I pull up to, you know, get oil changed, 'cause I use him, right? These fucking guys, all the mechanics and everything, they all have like Audi S8s and shit like that. They're just mechanics. And now I'm sure they might have stock into the company, like not like stock, but you know what I mean. So I'm pretty sure they're involved in another degree too. So it's like that's another thing. Like they're building each other. It doesn't matter what position you are. You could be the mechanic. You could be whatever. You're gonna grow as the company grows.
exactly, they all get a cut.
Yeah.
They all share in the success, and it's like I said, we could do the same thing as Americans. You know, we could all team up together, but it's just like there's no trust, there's no culture of that. You know, it's just not what we do as Americans. So it's, you know, it's not as easy.
Well, then
You know,
I would have to
obviously-
show you my books. I would have to show you my books, and
Like I said, it's all trust. You know what I mean? It's like you have to find people that you trust and are on the same page. You know, it's like, you know, if you want to buy 10, like let's say if it was you and me, I want to buy one property and you want to buy 10, we're already not on the same page.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's okay not to be on the same page, but you have to have an agreement. You have to be able to come to an agreement somehow, and not be resentful and just say, okay, well, you know what? This still works for the plan. It just might take longer. You know,
Exactly.
like something like that. Yeah. So
that's why those people where it's like their families, you know, all work together. Like, you know, it's like they'll be like a family. It's like 6 brothers and they all pool their money together and build some shit. It's like, that's fucking cool. And they're all families, so it's like they know each other. There, you know, there's trust there. But it's like not everybody is in that position. You know, like obviously I trust my wife and my family, but I'm not just going to trust random people to do. You know what I mean? It's just, so it's harder to get that same level of crowdfunding with strangers, you know. So,
well, yeah, well, that's another thing about it is that, you know, there's not enough people that are open enough to, what's the word, like to participate in something. Like I've talked about like the level up trucking. Like there's this guy I know. He okay, example, the third mystery truck, which is with a partnership. But that was originally supposed to be 5 guys. Then it was just me and another guy. You know what I mean? I was supposed to be 5 guys, but you know what they wanted? They wanted weekly bank account deposits. Me and this other guy were like, we're not going to get paid off of this at all. This is supposed to build over time other just trucks. It buys more trucks, and that's it.
Right.
And eventually, it will get to something else. You know, it's not working out so much because it's so fucking expensive, but it's working slowly. You know what I mean? And it's just probably put in the wrong
Buying a
situation.
new
He
truck
doesn't want it
now
to
is
come here.
fucking crazy.
Well, it's not new.
You know,
It's-
just
yeah. It just
well,
has
yeah,
a
but I mean,
high
even if
payment.
you did, like, if you go and buy a brand new truck and trailer right now, it'd be like $7,000 a month plus insurance. So now you're like 10, 11 grand down in insurance, and then it's like if you have a driver in that, now you got to pay him and the fuel and the maintenance and everything else. You know, it's like it gets
You'd be lucky to
expensive
get
really
$100.
fucking quickly.
Yep.
Right, it's hard to
And-
snowball with trucking. Like it's a slow process.
Right.
Once
So you
it
have to
gets
really
rolling,
do it by
it's fucking
yourself.
crazy.
Yeah, you really have to do it yourself. Yeah, you really have to do it yourself, and that's what I'm learning. But you know what? We're trying it, and it like that. He doesn't want the truck to come here. Okay, the truck's at Landstar. He doesn't want it to come here, but like you said, you have to be agreeable. So we're not going to fight over it. I'm going to be like, oh, you know, like I can't do that because then it will never work. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. And you know, but the other guys, they wanted weekly deposits in their, like, you know, 100, 200 bucks, whatever it was. They thought it was going to be, oh, we're going to be done working, basically. And it's like, no. Because, like, they were like, you know how sometimes, like, if you have to pay a driver, your profit might look like a profit, but it's not because you have maintenance. You have all these other things that put money away. So it might be zero.
Right.
And if you got people expecting, like, oh, you're only going to profit 500 bucks a week, why am I even involved? And it's like, well, you really might profit zero because, you know, until you have big enough reserves, yeah, something major could happen where all the money is needed. So
that's why businesses fail, because people think that they see the top of the mountain, but they don't want to climb it.
Yeah.
They just want to start at the top, and it's like, that's not how it works. You have to get up there first.
Exactly.
You know, so they don't have vision.
Exactly. Or their vision doesn't, they lack understanding of how their vision is going to come to fruition. Is that the word, fruition?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like they lack that, and you try to explain it. It's like and then it's just like, you know what? Never mind, because we don't see eye to eye. And these are people I've known for like 10 years now.
I
You know
tried
what
to
I'm
start
saying?
stuff with people that I thought were, you know, on the same page many a time, and it just never worked out. You know, it's like don't
Money.
talk about it. Well, it's like jealousy and mistrust and, you know, suspicion. Like nobody ever wants, or it's just not serious. Like you'll get someone where they're like, man, it'd be crazy if we like bought an old hotel and turned it into low rent apartments and got Section 8 payments out of it or something. And you're like, well, let's fucking do it, dude. I found some places. And then all of a sudden they balk, and it's like, it was fun to talk about it, but when you want them to act on it, it's like they're not ready.
Well, and I don't know too much about that, but I watched that fucking guy, that fat dude from New York. He's in Florida now. He buys hotels sometimes and turns them into apartments and shit like that. So like it's available, but like you said, like, oh well, everybody needs to give up their 5,000 now. Oh man, like once it goes to the money part, it's like, nah, I can't do that. But then you have somebody like Grant Cardone, who's like, hey, if you have $100,000 and, you know, and you want to be a part of my team and get a check every month, like, but he finds people that do. So you just need to keep searching for people. Remember, Loshawn found people to give him $10,000 to get trucks.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm not saying it's impossible.
I know one of the people, though. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to keep searching. But then you have like if it was me, you would have to deal with me now. You know what I mean? Like it's a whole nother thing. You had to deal with another person and deal with another personality. And oh my God, my wife has fucking cervical cancer today, and I need the money now. I need to get out of this now. And it's like, okay, well now I'm in a fucking shit situation.
Right.
So, I mean, there's too many variables sometimes to work with people. Now, the Russians, they don't have that. The
No,
goal
they
is
just
whatever the goal is.
they just automatically like link up to the same, whatever.
Do you think there's a gangster aspect to it though? Like, and that's why, like a hierarchy.
Absolutely, there is.
Yeah, yeah. We don't have that.
No. Like I said, most countries have hierarchies or castes in them. It's like we're the only ones, not the only ones, but we're pretty significant in the Western world as being like very independent. We're independent of the state, we're independent of the government, we're independent of each other. We're truly individual people.
Yeah, these guys are coming from places where the life is not so worth anything, so they'll kill you. So
Right.
you fall in line, like survival of the fittest. You fall in line to the guy that can kill you.
Plus, there's a lot of like old, there's like family ties and shit like that. It's like the old Soviet countries. They're like, hey, I'm only like 2 generations removed from Stalin's family, so I'm kind of big and important around here. It's like we don't have shit like that. Obviously, we have some legacies like the Carnegies and shit like that, but it's not as common.
Well, there's
we don't have as
50 million people. Exactly. There's 350 million people or whatever, and less than 1% have any type of lineage worth talking about, right? So.
Right.
Yeah, my dad was related to Daniel Boone. Well, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, who gives a fuck about you? Like, like,
you have a monopoly on raccoon hats.
Yeah. I want to be related to the guy that made that bread tie, not the cool plastic one that you could shoot at each other. No. The actual piece of metal with the little
the wire
around it. Yeah, the wire. Who invented that? That's what I want to know. Who has the patent on that motherfucker?
Or the guy who did the pet rock.
The pet rock. Motherfucker really went to the beach and found rocks and sold it. Before the internet.
Yep.
Before the internet. Like, the genius behind some of these people. It's just crazy.
Yep. I mean, it's fucked up because it's so fucked up because it's so true, but it's like there's like the opportunity for everyone out there because you look at the people that made it and it's like a lot of them are only there because of circumstance. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I look around at some of the people that have success, and I like it makes me angry because I'm like, why the fuck aren't I successful? It's like you got some, and it really it's all about they're just lucky to know certain people. That's really what it is. But at the same time, it always comes back to don't compare yourself, right? We already talked about that. So it's just like,
what is success in your book? Is it the fact that they have like Tekashi 6ix9ine has lots of money, but I would highly not consider. I wouldn't necessarily consider him successful. I consider him lucky. And maybe now he's successful, but yeah, it's kind of retarded.
Like look at Hunter Biden as an example, right? He was the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company while smoking meth or crack or whatever it was, and it's like he was just lucky to be born in the right family, right?
Yeah.
Then you got a guy like who's in the media recently now over that kid that passed away in Mississippi. Oh, Ben Crump. Ben Crump. I've always known him as a lawyer, right? So I thought, I didn't watch Ben Crump, but I knew he was a lawyer, so I'm like, he's got to be an intelligent guy. He's a fucking lawyer. Well, then he was reading the other day on TV, and he could barely read. And I'm like, and this dude's a lawyer. Like, what is my excuse? I can read. You know what I mean? Like, why aren't I fucking more successful? And it's like, you see this shit all the time, but it's like, you got to get away from it. It's just going to frustrate you. You're going to see people, you know, I'm sure, like, you see someone like GW. GW is a dumbass motherfucker. Like, I'm sorry to say it. He's a dumb motherfucker. He is borderline mentally handicapped, if not all the way, but he owned not one, but 2 trucks.
Yeah. Cash.
Right?
Or
And it's,
not the second one. The first one.
yeah.
First one he cashed out.
He had a fucking cash truck and a fucking note truck. And he's
Yeah.
like borderline retarded. And it's like, so like, you just have to mind your own.
We're in the same boat as him. Yeah, we're
Right,
in
you
the
just
same boat as that guy.
You can't worry about it. You just got to mind your own fucking business and worry and just do your shit in the way and the speed that you want to do it. And if somebody has knowledge that can help you, don't be too proud to listen. That's all I can. That's the only advice I can give anybody.
But your guy told you only keep your ear to him. It's kind of like when God said, "Don't listen to other gods, only listen to me," and you'll get where you need to be. So your guy told you, "Don't listen to anybody else because this is the plan that got me here."
In his case, he can demonstrate. Right, he can demonstrate competency, so I'm not going to fucking argue with them. You know what I mean? If someone says, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about," but they're like living under a bridge in LA, it's like, okay, yeah, because you obviously know. You know what I mean?
What if they are still? Okay, this is where loyalty comes into, right? So your guy is doing what he does. That's your man. You fuck with him. But let's say you came around Rob Lowe, and Rob Lowe was like, nah, you need to do it this way. Do you stay loyal because you've seen what this person does, or do you go with, this person has more, so they must know more, or do they just get lucky or whatever? Like, do you stay loyal?
I would stay loyal.
Yeah, I think loyalty is important.
It's important, but it's not the end all be all. Obviously, it's, you know, it's contextual. You know, it matters what's happening in the moment. But in this case, I don't know Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe doesn't know me from Adam. I would just be another stranger passing through his life that he lives. You know what I mean? I have a personal relationship with the guy that's helping me now. Yeah. So even though Rob Lowe is successful and could probably find success for myself, there's no personal connection there. So there's no guarantee that it's going to stay. You know what I mean? Like, I have more of a guarantee with what I'm doing now than I do with a stranger, even if they are more successful.
Okay. You ever seen that meme when the guy's sitting at dinner and he's like fucking eating, and like it's a fake Jay-Z, and it's like, you know, if the joke is, if you had, you could be given $200,000 or whatever, or have a dinner with Jay-Z, who's a billionaire. What do you do? And then like the Jay-Z's at the dinner with the guy, and he's like, well, next time you get the offer, take the 200,000. Like, it's funny as fuck because it's like you're supposed to stay loyal to like what you're trying to achieve. And this person thinks that Jay-Z is going to give him the information to make him a billionaire, but he's really not. So you have more of a chance with that 200,000 than eating dinner with the billionaire.
Yes and no. Like, the way I look at it is if you don't know what to do with $200,000, it's not going to help you. You know, people talk shit about Donald Trump all the time, like, oh, his dad gave him a loan. Yeah, well, if I had a dad with $1 million and he gave me $1 million, I wouldn't be worth billions today because I don't know how to do that.
Right. Everybody's talking about Barron Trump, you know, manipulating the market right now. And it's like, you wouldn't know what to do with the money. Even if you know your dad is going to bomb Iran, you wouldn't know to hedge it against oil. Like, you just wouldn't know that, you know, like, you have no clue how any of that works. So
And it's like I think it's funny that they talk shit about Barron Trump when there's literally an AI trading app that tracks Nancy Pelosi's trades in the stock market, since she's a known insider trader. It's just, they all
if you
do
get a
it.
Moomoo account, right? There's this thing because like all those people have to report a certain amount. They don't have this. It has to have a range of let's say they bought Amazon stock, right? It would say they bought between $10,000 and $50,000 worth of stock, right? That's what it would say in their reporting. So like all of those guys, you can follow all of their stuff, and and Moomoo does it pretty well where it shows you, and it's cool because when you go into a stock, remember everybody was talking about the fucking Aurora stock, right? Everybody was like, oh, you got to get on the Aurora. Like SoCal was put up some that went up and stuff. But I'm reading what's going on, right? And all like the big banks, Bank of America, everybody that was actually on the phone call, right? They were saying it was going to go down. And what did it do? It fucking tanked. So when they were buying at $8, that motherfucker went to $2. Now, if you have enough money, that could be a huge loss. If you're like putting in millions, you know what I mean? Like, it could be a huge loss.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got to read all the stuff that is going on. Like, you know, like silver. Like speaking about the Bank of America, the guy that is the silver buyer for Bank of America believes that it's going to go between $150 and $300 within the next 2 years, like each ounce per ounce.
Yeah.
Now, this guy has access to information that we can't even fathom, right? We can't even fathom, and you know, because he's buying billions of dollars worth for a bank, a huge bank. Like, what do they call that? That's not an industrial buy. It's called a fucking starts with an I. I don't remember. But basically, an industrial buy. Like it's a big huge buy of whatever stock, you know, or whatever the commodity may be. So.
Yeah, those big hedge funds.
Yeah. They're that's what makes the market. Me and you don't fucking mean shit. These guys, I mean, if you get enough people doing the same thing, that's why that what was it called? The GameStop, that's why that worked. There was enough people doing it. But for the most part, fucking no. Hell no.
The stock market it's a great way to gamble, you know what I mean? It's like legal gambling without going to a casino. You know, you might get lucky, like, you know, you buy a bunch of Tesla stock when it first starts and then it jumps to $70 overnight and you're a multi-millionaire. It's like, yeah, some people get lucky, but it's like, unless you're gambling like that, you're not going to make long-term money in the stock market unless you have like
you need money too. Right. You need money to make money.
People think they're going to be millionaires because they're in the stock market. It's like, no, millionaires make more millions because they already had millions when they started in the stock market. Like, that's not how it works.
So like 3%
reality is nothing unless you have millions to earn off those dividends, you know? And then it's like, you know, like I figured it out one time. I was like, there was a bunch of banks in like the Netherlands and Sweden where they're paying like 8% dividends, which is insane. But I'd have to put like $100 million in there to get $10,000 a month or something. I can't remember what but it was like, if I had hundreds of millions of dollars, I wouldn't need the $10,000 a month. You know what I mean? It's just like, so it's like, people are just looking at the stock market the wrong way. At the end of the day, the stock market is just a tool for business owners to lie to the bank about what they're worth. They're like, hey, give me a loan. What is your net worth? It's $200 billion. How do you figure? Because a bunch of these idiots bought my stock, so now I'm worth that much. You know, so it's like, that's really all it is.
Yeah, Elon does not have $1 trillion in cash. Like, it's just
no.
All that shit added together.
His assets are worth $1 trillion, but it's like, there's not that much liquid cash. That's why.
No. You know, but like, when it comes to the stocks, there's certain things that I'm trying right now. Like, I do buy stocks like to quote unquote trade, but for the most part, I do ETFs like long term. You know, like retirement. You know what I mean? Dave Ramsey.
Dead.
Dave Ramsey style, right? So it's like, okay, there's certain things like, okay, you mentioned dividends that are 10,000 per month, and there's ways to figure out in certain ETFs like what that could look like within a 20-year frame, or to how much to put in. Obviously it depends on other things, but you might be off. You might get 8,000. You might get 12. It depends. So if you want 10, there's
Right.
trends, right? So like I do that type of stock market stuff, and basically it's just investing like retirement. It's not. I'm not trying to fucking trade, and make 10% on my money every day by a trade. That would be remarkable. But Warren Buffett can't even do that.
No.
So it's like,
The only thing that I'm involved with, quote unquote, investments or stock market is I have a solo 401k that I pay into, and I have one of those Trump accounts for my daughter. That's it.
okay. Yeah, I do ETFs, and
I do buy crypto, but I literally buy crypto just to spend it immediately. So
why do you do that?
When I go to my peptide lady,
I got it.
How much for 10 vials of Retta? Oh, $130 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Well, they either do a direct bank transfer, and I'm not going to give a Chinese person directly access to my bank, or they take the Bitcoin or Ethereum. So I'll buy X amount of the Bitcoin, and then I'll just trade it to her immediately, and then get my shit and go.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Yeah.
I'll just dump a little money in there every now and then. Like I'll put $100 here, $50 there. Like whenever I have it, just that way it'll be built up a little bit. That way, when I do want to buy something, the money's already there.
Yeah.
It's just a savings account for fucking peptides and steroids. That's all it is.
That's what's up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Like there was a time where I went hard on the XRP. I was doing like 100, 200 every week, like just putting into that motherfucker all the time. Like and I have screenshots for that too. I have screenshots for that too.
My buddies was doing that too. He was going crazy on the Bitcoin. He was like just nuts about it for a long time, and then like eventually he just reached a point. I think he cashed it all out. He just gave up on it, but I was never big on it. I was like, until the hedge funds are after it, it's not worth shit. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's valuable to an extent, but
I think there's no value in it actually. But I started in Bitcoin when it was like $300 to $500 per coin. So we're talking like 2015 maybe, right? It might have. Around then, that's when I first started, and I didn't understand it, right? I didn't understand that how do I put it? That it was going to be worth anything, So I didn't understand it. I'm not going to tell the story of how I had 7 Bitcoins and sold it or lost it. I'm not going to do that. However, I just didn't understand what it was, and now, and I'm not talking about like what it's worth, but there's a book called the Bitcoin Standard. There's a book called the Bitcoin Standard, and I read this book, and what it did was I understood it to be like liquid gold, or not digital gold, like digital gold, and I understood it better. But I didn't even understand gold at that time either. I still don't fucking fully understand it.
Gold isn't as valuable as it used to be. I mean, I know it's still expensive, but now, it's not the backing of currency anymore. That's the petrodollar. So you're better off buying oil fields than you are buying gold nowadays.
Well, also gold doesn't have any real, like the amount of gold that exists, like it's not going to be in that many fucking computers. Right?
No.
So there's no real tangible reason to have gold now. We're not.
You're better off with like palladium and platinum and shit like that. Iridium.
Well, I'm a subscribed to the World Platinum Council, so I'm looking at platinum, and it's disproportionately valued right now from its
Yeah.
history. But silver is going to have a real value with this all these data centers and everything. So
You know what else is going to have real value with the data centers that people don't think about? Fucking desalination plants, because they need water for cooling, but you can't
the
suck up
nuclear?
you can't suck up all the groundwater and pump it into a data center. Otherwise, your farms die and your people don't have water. So where's the next best place to get water? The ocean. Well, it's expensive to desalinate ocean water, so no one in the United States put much money into it. It's more common in the Middle East. But when all these data centers start sucking up all the fucking water, we're going to need the ocean water. So desalination is going to be a big fucking moneymaker.
Well, I did read that there's looking to be another boom in nuclear power. Some of these places that are no longer used are going to go back online and probably build a lot more just to be able to service these if they can. And that's another thing, even the Bitcoin, at what point does it become like the last halving of Bitcoin, they say, is going to like take up all of the Earth's energy to do it, and to compute it. And it's just like, okay, so what does that even look like? Is that even a thing? That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's going to be valuable for very long. We're going to move on from
It's
that.
only valuable as long as people accept it. So
Yeah.
as soon as the Chinese lady is like, oh, I don't accept that anymore, it immediately loses its value to me. You know what I mean?
But you have Elon and Michael Saylor spending billions upon billions on this stuff. So it's like, okay, well, there must be something because those two fucks are doing it.
Right.
You know,
I don't
Tesla fucking invested like 200 million into fucking Bitcoin, something like that.
Yeah.
I might be exaggerating that number. I don't know. It might be like 40 million, but still, that's huge.
Yeah, it's a lot. And what are they worth now? Like 65,000 a piece or something?
I don't know. Probably around that because it went to like 50 something, and the bottom is still looking like around 30.
Right.
But institutional buy. That's the word I was looking for. Institutional buy. So if it goes to 30, you already know all the institutional buyings. That's when it's going to come back up. So
right.
I mean, I don't know. My guy tells me the owner of this company says stop fucking putting money into crypto. That's what he told me.
I would believe him. Like I said, I don't use it for anything outside of fucking extra purchase. That's it.
Yeah, he's like, just if you're gonna buy something, silver and gold. That's it, and more trucks. That's
yeah. Always more. The only thing that's universally valuable and never loses value is land.
Whoa! How about this though? So when all the baby boomers die off, right? Because they're getting up there, 75, 80, right? When they die off, they own something like 47% of all the homes. Now I get it; their family is going to get the home, but their kids already have a home because they're fucking 60-something years old themselves. These baby boomers are going to be dying like around 100 now, right? So they're going to be like 60 to fucking 80 years old themselves. So they're not going to, like, would that decrease the value of land? That's particular.
BlackRock just buy everything price up.
Well, they're
they already do
supposedly
now.
not able to, right? They're supposedly not able to buy private lands anymore. Like private like homes.
Let's see.
You know?
Right. There's like a limit on it. We'll see if they maintain that. I hope they do. Because I watched, Tucson, Arizona used to be very affordable. Like, there was an area, it's called Saddlebrook Ranch. It's north of the city. It's, like, kind of up in the mountains, like, behind Mount Lemmon. It's, like, a very, like, upscale area. And for a long time, it was considered expensive because the houses were around $120,000. Right now, those same fucking houses are like $340,000, $450,000, but they're old houses. They're like 15 years old, and they were originally sold for $100,000.
Right.
You know, and it's like it's fucking ridiculous. You know, and like I don't own a home yet. Like still working on that, but just the rental prices for a home are ridiculous, and then the mortgages are even more insane. So every time I think about buying,
and that's the thing I hate when people say. I hate when people say, "Oh, just buy," and it's like, well, today's market isn't necessarily. It's actually a renter's market right now because buying is just as expensive as renting, and then you're stuck with it. So if you do fuck up, right, you don't get what was it, eviction on your record. You have a fucking foreclosure on your record, which is way worse. You know, so it's like
every time me and my wife look into buying,
yeah.
I get more and more convinced that my best bet is to go to one of these shady trailer parks and buy a $25,000 single wide that needs a total rebuild, and just buy that in cash and live there. Because it's like every time I fucking look at these houses, I don't want to fucking pay that $4, $5,
You're
$6.
in Arizona, though. You're in Arizona. You could get one of those trailers and just put it on land and live off of the land.
I could, but I mean, I got to convince my wife to do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She likes to be in the city, right, or around people at least.
No, it's just like we think about our daughter. Like me and her, we're adults, right? Like we don't have to worry about our future. We already know what our future is. You know, we've decided what our goals are and what we're working towards. But my daughter, like, how is it fair to her? Like, hey, I know you're 16, turning 17, about to be an adult, but you live 2 hours from the nearest city. There's no work or school here. Good luck on life. You know what I mean? It's like it's not fair to my daughter to like isolate her from things that she might need growing up. You know what I mean? Because she's not a truck driver. She's not a psychologist. You know, she's a kid. You know, she needs access to things that will help her later in life. You know, like she may not want to do what me and my wife do, and I want to be there to help her. I don't want to be like, well, go ahead and move into the city. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, like I kind of agree, like with the European way of doing things, where you let your kids stay with you until they're ready to go. You know, it's like not
That's pretty much what I do.
Well, you're 18. Good luck. Bye. You know, like no, fuck that. I want her to be successful. I want her to be, you know, safe.
Yeah.
So I gotta like do a balancing act. Like, yes, I want to live on a single wide trailer in the middle of nowhere, Montana, but how does it help my daughter?
Yeah. So like, my daughter, she's like, she wants to get a car, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, what if I buy you the car, and you use that money to get like a multi-family for a first-time buyer when you turn 18? And I would rather you do that, set yourself up to have some money coming in and whatever. You know, and she doesn't have to move into it. Like, we'll just tell the government that she is, right? And like that's what I would rather do for my kid, you know, than be like, you know what? You have to go get a job and fucking struggle because you're not going to make enough at fucking 18 to live anywhere. Like, that's just it's
not possible anymore.
Yeah. Like, what job are you going to have? You know?
Exactly.
That's why these girls are doing OnlyFans and shit, because they have no money. They have no, so they do that and then they get paid a lot if they're lucky, right? So it's like these girls are doing that type of stuff. So I don't want her to waste her money on a car. I would rather just bite the fucking bullet, give up on my dreams a little bit, just to give her the ability to, you know, establish herself at fucking 18 years old.
Exactly.
You know, and she doesn't have to move out. Just collect that money and let that stack. Now, when you're 25, maybe 30, who fucking knows? Now you have 1.2 mil in the fucking bank, and now you could just live on your own. You'll figure it out. You
Right,
know, at
exactly.
that point. Yeah. So I'm with you on letting the kids stay with you as long as possible until they're ready. But like, where do you draw the line with that? Like, is there like responsibilities they still have to do, like work and try to go to
As
school? Is there
long
certain
as
things they?
as long as they're working towards something, like if they're just
Yeah.
gonna sit around and waste their life, I mean that's on them. I don't care.
Uh,
They're still my. She's like, if she wants to just sit around and waste away, she's still my
yeah.
daughter. She didn't ask to be here. I put her here, so I'm not gonna like
Okay.
kick her out on the street. But at the same time, like I'm gonna be more supportive if she's working towards something. Like
Yeah.
she'll always have a bed and food in my house, but
Yeah.
how much more I add to her life after that is contingent upon how much effort she brings it. You know what I mean? Like if
Yeah.
she's going to school or trying to build a business, I got her back 100%. But if you just
Yeah.
want to wait until you're dead, fine, you can sleep in your room until you die, but don't cry to me about shit.
Yeah, because you got to do something
Like
about it. And that's why I was saying, because like my kid has enough money to buy like a nice car, and it's like, oh, I would rather I mean, you could do what you want, but now you're gonna have the responsibility of a monthly payment, right? And yeah, I get it. You want to flex on the gram, but like, you know what a real flex is? I just bought this four-family multi-family unit here in fucking Detroit or some shit. And we're getting people to move in right now.
right.
I don't know, but that's my idea, and maybe that might not be her idea. I'm just saying I would rather her do something like that.
Exactly. And I'm not going to tell her what to do, but whatever she wants to do, I'll help her do it. If she doesn't want to do anything, well, it's my fault she's here, so I got to take care of her. She's not going to just become another statistic on the street. It is what it
Yeah,
is. She's my kid, but I'm hoping that she'll have some drive and ambition, and I'm going to help her take whatever. Like if living in her parents' house rent free helps her build a business that she can live on for the rest of her life, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to tax her. She doesn't owe me anything.
right.
So
The
that's just the
drive
way we
part
look at it.
that seems to be the issue with not with me. I haven't really had that problem with my children, but like
I see it. I see it
they're
though everywhere.
like their uncles, they're all fucking losers, and it's like these guys are like in their late 20s, early 30s, like my kids' uncles and stuff, right? And sorry that y'all are losers, but you really are. And they have no drive, and it's like, and I got to make sure my kids don't necessarily go down that road, but they're also in a position where they have to fucking struggle forever. One of them really didn't, but that's another story. But yeah, they're fucking losers. I'm seeing these younger people not doing shit.
Yeah,
They're not doing nothing.
my
I
niece
mean, they
and
want to be
nephew are like that.
podcasters.
My my niece was 17 and had just graduated high school, and my grandmother was like, "Hey, do you want my car? I'll just give it to you for free. You'll have a car." And she said no. She's like, "No, I don't want to go anywhere." Like
Wow.
just doesn't want to do anything. And they're both like that. They just want to be at their parents' house and not do anything. And then
Yeah.
it's like they're just I don't get it. And when I was a kid, I couldn't wait to have financial freedom. Like I couldn't wait to have the things that adults had. I wanted to grow up fast,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I just don't get it.
Now I'm trying to get it to slow down.
Right? They get they
Fucking
get too
skipped ahead
ambitious.
20 years. I skipped ahead like 20 fucking years, man. Like the kids are all getting grown up now, and it's like, okay, now what am I gonna do? No, I don't have to be the same type of dad. Like I don't have to like go to the school every day and all this other shit. So like, what am I doing now? So I decided to work with them. And I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yep.
We will see what
But
happens.
I'm over the 4-hour mark, so I'm probably going to end it for now. We'll go live
right,
another
man.
time. I will say that it takes balls to come on here and confront a problem, so I'll definitely give you props for that. And, like I said, I don't have anything personal against you. I just didn't believe some shit that you had said. Definitely wasn't looking to, like, attack you like I do some of the other people on the internet and shit like that, but I do appreciate you coming on here and explaining yourself and not being all emotional and crazy. Like, it does take balls to do that, so I got to give you props. Even if you are still lying, like, it still takes balls to come and confront the problem, and again, I'm not saying you're lying still, but even if you were, it still takes balls to fucking come on and confront the problem. A lot of people don't have the balls to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like what I sent you, it doesn't, because like I said, it doesn't say 4320, right? But that's my way of explaining what you saw in that particular case. It's not the Florida one, even though it says the Triad company is out of Jacksonville, but that's who gave me the money for the trailer in Colorado. So
No worries, man. It is what it is.
I mean,
Like
that's
I said,
just so we have like a base. So like, okay, this motherfucker might be exaggerating something maybe, but there's like a base of reality at least, like, and that's good enough for me because there's no way to actually prove this was for this and that was. But I'm also showing you the debt too that I owe for the Sun communities.
At least you have something, dude. There's so many people on here that they have zero proof, but they're just talking out their asses. So even that is more than most people have. So again,
and like the Florida trailers, those are all considered vehicles. So it's like it's a little bit harder to show. And not everybody needs to fucking know either, right? So it's like...
Right. Like I said, you weren't obligated to prove anything to me, you know what I mean?
Well, I wanted to prove a little bit so like it's based in reality.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it because the fact that you felt obligated or you had the desire to prove something means that you had respect for me, so I have to have respect for you back, you know what I mean? Like, I appreciate it. So
I appreciate it too.
If you didn't give a fuck, you would have been like, "Fuck you, dude. I don't give a shit what you think." So,
well, you know what? I like, and there's a part of me that says, like, don't give a fuck what anybody says, But at the same time, I am trying to do something a little bit different, better for myself. So if I did lie about anything in the past or whatever, I don't necessarily know exactly what little fucking lies there are, but these things are not full blown. Like the 9 things in that Phoenix. Yes, that was a fucking complete exaggeration of the truth, right? And that's like one thing that. So if somebody wants to call me out for things, go right on ahead. But there is truth into what I'm saying about the different moves I make, and but it's not glamorous. I'm not successful. I'm still struggling, and all these other things. So yeah,
that's what I figured it was you were basically exaggerating to fucking trigger, GW and Joey. That's why I was making a joke about it, not because I was like, like, oh, I'm gonna go call. Triple liar, and we're bringing this motherfucker down. It was just like I thought the whole thing was just to trigger GW and fucking Joey. Like that's how I took it, not as.
A little bit.
I get it.
Like I said, but there's a little truth to it and a little exaggeration.
That's usually what it is. Like, if I say, hey, man, I'm a true owner-operator, I'm out here killing it. I'm not. I own a truck. I don't own a trailer. I run under somebody else's numbers. You know what I mean? I'm exaggerating like a motherfucker. So I get it, right? It's just a way to trigger people that don't like you. So I get it.
Well, I'm gonna try to be even more transparent, but I still want to keep a part of my life, like where people don't bother me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Keep your shit. Keep your shit close, but also like
like don't say it. just don't say it. Like, okay,
Either
so don't say what's going on.
don't say it at all, or
Yeah.
when you do say it, be as honest as you can be without giving away your private life. That way,
Yeah.
no one can call you a liar. You know what I mean? It's like you protect yourself from that, because that's what all these fuckers do
Yeah.
is lie out their ass, and then they wonder why
Yeah.
people don't like them and criticize them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, well, if you don't want criticism, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know, not you,
Yeah,
but
that-
like
yeah,
people like Coach,
like
where
that
it's like they're
Colorado
getting
shit.
mad, and it's like, well, you.
Yeah, I can't even get mad at what you found because, like I said, I just didn't pay them, and that's the truth. I paid off the mortgage people because it sold, and that's the only reason why I got to the deadline with them as well. Like, that payoff isn't necessarily in like the
Exactly,
it's
Narcus
clear
said
now,
right.
but it,
He says the spun narrative for the drama community is perfect for for social media. Yeah, he's right.
yeah,
Exactly right.
So,
But I mean,
all
like
right,
I
man.
said, it's all good. Like, if you're cool, I'm cool. I don't have a problem. Like I
I'm
said,
good.
my intention wasn't to attack you. But when you were upset, I was like, wait a minute here. That was a weird. You know what I mean? I was like, is he fucking lying about everything? And it kind of set me down a pathway. I'm like, holy shit! I just uncovered the story of the century. But no, I get it. I get it, because I've been in the same place.
Yeah.
I broke up with some chick in Colorado too, of all places, and we had a rental house together in Loveland, and it wouldn't show up as an eviction. It was just like a debt. You'd have to pull my credit report to see it, which I don't think people can do. But I owed him like $2,300 because she just walked out on the place. And I was like, why the fuck do I have to pay this? I already got fucked on having to leave, so.
Well, you get like a notice to quit. Well, the other Sun community didn't do a notice to quit or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, they did. They fucking did. But I didn't fucking care, right? Because they can't tell you to actually leave. You're like, you can't pick up the unit and leave.
Right.
But like in the past, like even before, I've gotten notice to quit and then they still put a like eviction or whatever. But I've never been evicted because I'm flat fucking broke and no, it was always a conscious retarded decision, stupid decision, but it was always something like that.
Right.
Like, oh, I'm not paying this motherfucker. Fuck that motherfucker. It was always like
We
that.
all fucking, we all have moments of stubborn. Yeah, we all do it.
Yeah.
Everybody's probably been in that position.
And I've been good. That Sun community was like that was like a totally different type of situation. But the one you found before, I didn't even know they listed it as that. But it's been like fucking forever since then, and that was a management company. But well, we can go into that story later on too.
Yeah, and like I said, you can do it privately. You don't have to fucking do it online. Like, again, like I said, it takes balls to do that, to just put your shit out there.
I mean, it's a fact of life. I mean, we go through things and, don't make the best decisions. And the point is to learn and try not to do them again or do it better next time or do it bigger, fail bigger, whatever. Like, oh, shit, I lost fucking, I lost the mansion now. God damn. Like, I suck. I've never been good at anything. So there you go.
Yeah,
all right, man. I'll let you later, man. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. We'll let you up later.
Bye.
Bye.
Peace.